Good evening, everybody. Just get through some housekeeping that we have to announce at the beginning of every meeting. I was waiting till now because it gets recorded. There are no fire alarms scheduled for this evening. Therefore, if the fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the building immediately. The fire exit is located at the rear of this room. Go down the stairs and meet in the War Memorial Park. Please note that this meeting is being webcast live on the internet. The webcast will also be published on YouTube after the meeting. And I've already confirmed that we're up and running. Mobile phones, please can I ask all members and public switch their phones off or to silent. Thank you. Right, it's 6:30 and I shall commence this meeting of the Development Control Committee. For the benefit of the members of the public attending, I'd like to explain who everybody else is around this table. My name is Councillor Paul Miller and I am the chairman of this committee. Down the sides of the table, to my left and right, are councillors who sit on this committee and who will be making the decisions on the applications before us this evening. Immediately to my left and right are the officers who will be advising councillors. In addition, I'd like to explain that the Development Control Committee is a regulatory committee and not a political meeting. The committee will be examining the evidence brought before us tonight and will make decisions based on planning reasons. We are guided by national and local planning policy and guidance. May I ask all speakers, including visiting members, to speak clearly and to return to their seats once the presentation is complete and following any questions from members. No further dialogue between members of the committee and speakers will be permitted once questioning has finished. May I ask all committee members to avoid repetition and to keep any comments on each planning item to a maximum of 4 minutes. I understand that planning can be emotive and ask that everyone remains polite and professional throughout the evening. Right, we move to the agenda. And we start off with apologies for absence and substitutions. I have been noted for one. Councillor Mike Westbrook has resigned for this committee evening only and replaced by Councillor Janet Westbrook. Any other substitutions? No. Any declarations of interest, please? Councillor George.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, on item 2, I'll be speaking as a ward councillor and not voting on this particular item, Chair.
Thank you for that. There are no urgent matters this evening. The minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of November 2018, can I move that those minutes can be signed by me at the end of this meeting? Thank you. I will sign them at the end of the meeting, and we'll move straight on to applications. Just before we start that, I want to advise you that we have 11 applications on the agenda tonight. I plan to have a break at 9 o'clock, or as close to 9 o'clock as I can manage it, for probably 10 to 12 minutes. So we'll have a quick respite. And at that time, depending on where we are in the list of applications, I will request the committee to consider we carry on until we finish. But I'm building that break in at about 9 o'clock. Okay? Right. Officers, we'll go to item number 1, and I'd like to call Mr. Bradbury and Mr. Garnett forward, please. If you would take a seat at the end of the table there and just hang on while we get the officer to introduce the application.
This application is for 17 flats at Aldermaston Road and Boundary Place. Members should note that obviously members viewed the site and that the recommendation is for refusal given its impact on the Aldermaston off-site emergency plan and the lack of a legal agreement to secure open space and 5 affordable housing units following submission of a financial viability assessment.
Gentlemen, and I understand you are the applicants. Yes, thank you. You have 4 minutes between you. Go ahead. Silver button at the bottom.
Good evening, members. As many of you have seen from the Visiting Site Committee, you will probably agree that at present the site does not make a positive contribution to the local area. Despite marketing the land, it has not been possible to attract commercial operators, and an alternative use of the land is necessary. Bringing forward the site for residential development makes sense to make a proper use of the land. In particular, should planning be granted, I can confirm that the applicant is selling the site to Radian, who have entered into a legally binding contract, who have also secured grant funding to deliver the entire building for affordable rented housing. At present, there are over 200 households in need of affordable rented housing in Tadley, so the delivery of these 17 apartments represents nearly 9% of this identified local housing need, and this will be incredibly important, providing them with accommodation that they desperately need. We are pleased that through the amendments made to the scheme during the planning application, there are no outstanding consultee objections other than those consultees in relation to the Aldermaston off-site emergency planning requirements, and this planning policy issue is the sole issue raised by officers in the recommendation. The applicant has worked hard to produce a scheme that is compliant in all respects with the development plan. Members will, I hope, recall considering previous residential schemes where officer recommendations to refuse were overturned at committee, where the principal sole issue at hand was the potential conflict with policy SS7. I refer members to the 36 units permitted at Burnham Copse Primary School in 2015, or more recently to schemes this year, being 6 dwellings at Mance Lane in April, a single dwelling at Heath End Road in June, and 12 dwellings at Pamber Heath Road in May. We appreciate that officers and members have to reach a balanced decision in all cases, and each application is different. But with this particular application, it's only in replacement of an extant office consent, and this residential development will generate a lower population than the office scheme were that to have been built out and occupied. How it would also provide much needed affordable housing for Tadley, and how it will improve the appearance of the area. We do hope that members are able to reach a positive conclusion to this application tonight, recognising that any potential conflict with SS7 is limited, there is no conflict with any other development plan policy, and there are important material considerations in favour of this application, and to provide the opportunity to finally complete the Boundary Hill development. And on this basis, we hope members feel comfortable that you can grant permission, but in the unlikely event the ONR, as the nuclear experts, sought to challenge this decision, then they do have an agreed period in which to do so. That's the end of our deputation. We're more than happy to answer any questions, particularly if you have anything in relation to the affordable housing element. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions for the applicant? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions, if I can, about that specific point, the affordable housing bit. Could I start by asking you, in regard to page 61 of our reports in front of us, the officer report referring to affordable housing, it talks about your minimum return at a level just enough to incentivise the pursuit of planning permission. Can I qualify that, please? Or can you qualify it for me, please? Are we talking there about a hope value on the basis of what would be a normal profit expected by a developer? And would you like to quantify that for us as to how close to that amount you really are in regard to viability? I think that would be helpful to understand if you can share that with us.
Yeah, sure. The quantum of profit agreed within the viability is an industry standard at 17%. That then reflected to having 5 units secured by way of a Section 106 agreement. The Radian position is such that their grant funding can only be attached to the conversion of private units to affordable units, which they have secured on this site, and we are in a legally binding agreement should you be minded to grant planning permission tonight.
I'll let you come back, Councillor Harvey, but on that particular point about this Radian agreement, this council is not aware of that as we sit here tonight. It is not before this committee tonight. I've spoken to the officers, I've spoken to legal. We cannot consider it as a material consideration before us tonight. What you see in the report is what is material to this committee. And Councillor Harvey.
Can I ask a question of yourself then, Chair, in that case? Is it the case that that information was not submitted at any point during the application process and has been presented afterwards? Where are we in terms of that coming out, or is it the first time it's been presented this evening? It's got to come from the officers, I'm afraid.
if you'd like to respond to that.
Thanks. This has been, I think when we were, during the application process, I think it was August or September, this was flagged to Catherine Fitzherbert-Green, who's been the case officer. At that point, letters were submitted to her to give her an understanding about their involvement. They have been subsequently uploaded online. So there's been no, this hasn't been a secret. We've been consistently saying to her that this is how it's going to be. I'm more than happy if the matter, if you would like to see the information, then of course we'd be more than happy to make it available. It's never been at a request. I've consistently explained this to her through the planning application period. So I'm quite surprised that this comes to a shock to you all. But if it was if you were minded to grant subject to further information, that obviously could be deferred to the head of planning for further review perhaps. But that information is available, and that comes as no secret to anybody, certainly from our side of the fence.
Thank you for that, because your question right at the start, Councillor Harvey, was the same question that I raised at the briefing before we had this committee meeting, and no mention of any of this was occurred at the time. So please, carry on.
That presents an interesting point then, doesn't it, Chair? Yes. Because I think in the context of the evidence in front of us, forgive me, may I go off on a tangent for a moment rather than ask a question through you, because that presents a point, doesn't it? If the affordable housing element through Oriel is a key part of the application as far as the applicant is concerned, one of the questions I had is how tight is the legal binding document in regard to the ONR? If they get involved, does that mean that Radian walk away? Where are we at a situation where we have a 100% affordable housing proposal from Radian, which is one thing, but we're also faced now with a private owner, with a private development application, if you like, coming forward at 5 units, with a hope value-based viability assessment that I would question. So, yeah, it just raises a number of points I think I'd like to hear an officer response from as well, Chair, just to get the absolute truth of this and where we do stand as a committee on it, to be fair, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Harvey. I think the position, as far as officers were concerned, is set out on page 61. So the application was submitted with a financial viability assessment, setting out in broad terms that the development wasn't viable to provide the 40% affordable housing requirement for the total number, which I think would equate to 7 units. There was then discussion around that, and the applicant's position was that 4 would be viable. And then through discussions in the sort of normal to and fro around the council's external assessment of that financial viability information, which is the normal process through policy CN1, there was a position agreed that 5 could be provided. I think the last paragraph on page 61 is the key part, and I think that is the information that the officers had understood to be the position, that yes, there was that potential for Radian to be part of the development going forward. But of course, that is a commercial position between applicant and potential provider. I think the issue that we have is turning that into a planning requirement. So, to my knowledge, the application has never been submitted as a 100% affordable housing proposal. If that is now the case, then clearly that is a different position to the premise of the application.
So as I understand it, forgive me if I'm wrong about this, but as I understand it, if we're dealing with an application that is purely on the basis of that element is discounted and we consider it on the merits in front of us, in a sense, the housing grant for Radian becomes critical because they are purchasing a site under conditions that would enable them to get the housing grant, which would enable them to do the 100% and so on. We have to discount that, is what you're saying, completely in the context of our assessment as a material consideration. However, we then have got to assess the site on the basis of the viability assessment that has been done on hope value, which has been challenged by inspectors, or challenged in front of inspectors recently and found wanting on a number of sites in London, where we have actually seen hope values kicked out on the basis of not delivering the appropriate affordable housing. And councils have actually won on appeal because developers have tried to pull various schemes around the hope value argument. So there is a debate to be had here, quite an important debate, I think.
Can I respond to that?
I know there's a discussion going on here at the moment, but you will have a full opportunity in a second to come back, all right? So don't be fearful. One thing I try and be in this committee is fair, all right? So you get a chance to come back.
Thank you, Chair. I think the recommendation before you for consideration is on the basis of the proposal as it was submitted, and that was for the 17 units with the financial viability information in there and with the 5 affordable units proposed. That's what's been assessed, and that's what's before you in terms of the recommendation. If the applicant is saying, well, actually things have moved on and they've been firmed up, I don't know the exact timings of all of that, but if they are now saying there is a legally binding position, and that is something which could be shared in its entirety with the council, and the council could then take a legal view on it, then it would clearly be before the committee to defer this item if they wanted to see that information to inform the decision. But I think that's the point that would need to be clarified.
Can I ask you then, in terms of that proposal, if you are in a position where the pursuit of this application as it currently is before us is a key point of Radian being able to deliver the 100% affordable because of the housing grant situation, could you please tell us of that? Which position is it? Can I also ask you, if you get to a stage where this were to be approved and the ONR does call it in, does your legal agreement still stand as being binding, or would Radian have a break clause to walk away from it at that stage if it was called in at all through the ONR?
No problem. So the application before us, the 5 units, just for clarity, between the applicant and the viability assessor, we're agreed on that point. So there's no dispute on that issue. Where they really come in is how the 12 other units get delivered. And as that's obviously down to the grant funding, which has already been secured on this deal. The contract, how it works and how it performs is actually over an 18-month period. So if you're minded to approve tonight, then they are legally bound to complete the purchase and deliver it. Obviously, Radian aren't a private developer; they only do social housing. So you can be safe in the fears that perhaps it wouldn't materialise as you perhaps are being told about. And I'm more than happy to share further information on our contractual arrangement with you if you needed to see it. I think the key point is that the application has to be, and we're in agreement on the affordable housing point in terms that it's 5 units and 12 units, and that's the viability assessment which has been agreed. How the 12 units then get treated is, we feel, of huge benefit to both Tadley and the local authority, given that there is a contractual arrangement in place where it'll all be delivered as affordable housing, but it cannot be by virtue of an affordable housing consent, because they would then lose that grant funding, and then the grant funding ultimately tops up the difference between the affordable and the private housing. So that's from central government for these exact scenarios. So the ONR point, that would just be by virtue of satisfying the satisfactory planning consent clause within the contract. So if the ONR does get called in, our contract runs for 18 months. Ultimately, if the ONR stepped in and JR'd, for a better word, the scheme, planning permission would then be revoked or refused, I suppose, and then the contract would never perform and get fulfilled. No, so there's no break clauses. So it will run the full virtue that if you were minded to approve and the ONR called it in, they would still be contractually bound.
Councillor Potter.
I think my own view, Chair, if I may just express it, I know we're not at this stage, but based on our precedents on this matter in history, really, I, on my own account, would say that in terms of the officer's report, the reasons for refusal, first one being the detrimental impact on the Aldermaston off-site emergency planning arrangement. I doubt that that will inhibit us this evening based on what we've determined over a period on such matters. But in regard to the affordable housing provision, I genuinely don't think there's enough information before us this evening for me to be completely sure that such an agreement is going to be put before us in the form that we could accept. And I'm reluctant, I think, really to approve this matter subject to, and for that to go away. I would rather it came back to us at another time with complete information.
Thank you for the observation. I think the only way that this is going to proceed this evening is I'm going to move this from the chair. I've discussed it with both Mike and with Wendy. and we need more information. Bearing in mind what is written in this report, as soon as I read it, it flagged up stuff to me, and it's obviously flagged it up to other members of this committee. Now, without making any judgments at this particular stage, I'm going to recommend to the committee that we defer this. I will leave it to Mike to actually put in the reasons. The reason is deferrable. We have insufficient information on the affordable housing specifically, on how that mechanism would work on a legal basis that we can make a proper judgment here at committee. Okay? It would come back to committee. I'm not going to cover the ONR issue. That's been covered in separate paragraphs within this report, and that most probably will not change, because we've had the observations from the ONR themselves, Hampshire County Council Emergency, and West Berkshire. So I think that would be the safest thing for the committee, for this council, this local planning authority, to action it in this regard. Now, Mike, do you want me to get a response from the applicant? It's our decision, basically, to defer, but I'll give you a couple of seconds just to get your reaction.
If that's the decision, that's fine. I'm more than happy to provide any information that you need. It'd be quite nice, Mike, if I could liaise with you directly, because this has clearly gone over the case officer's head over the last 3 or 4 months when this has been explained. So if you could just let me know what you would like in detail, then I'm more than happy to provide it. That's absolutely fine.
So Mike.
I mean, I think certainly in terms of the deferral, clearly we would be in contact with any applicant after that point. I think the issue that's changed in my view, or my understanding of this case, is the position in terms of the detailed contractual position that you have, and I think that's the bit that, as I understand, we haven't seen, and I guess that's the bit that, listening to the discussion here this evening, the committee feel they need to have sight of as well. So I think that's the key part that needs to be resolved. But yes, of course, we will do that through exchange of information post this committee meeting.
One more.
Yeah, just briefly, I know that you want to put aside any further discussion in relation to things like the ONR, but I wonder whether the process might better be that if we can provide you the assurances outside of this committee in relation to the relevant information in terms of, say, for example, contracts, you'll then understand that it is an affordable housing development and all other matters are considered, and whether or not it can be something that's referred back to the head of planning for a decision, which then provides the full details of contracts and so on to provide that assurances to the committee.
We have to take this into consideration in the round, in the whole. This committee makes that decision. It's not, we haven't gone through this deeply enough at the moment for it to be referred back to head of planning. So we'll come back to this committee, and right now I'm moving that this application be deferred until there's sufficient information to the satisfaction of the planning officers and legal has been delivered. And may I have a seconder? I have a seconder. Councillor Potter seconded this. All those in favour? Right, this is deferred. Officers?
The application is deferred to provide sufficient information on the affordable housing provision. Yes. Hopefully, come back to committee at a later date.
I'll also make the point, there's an accepted rule, and this is for your information as well, that when we defer an application, there is no public speaking, because normally we go through the full process. I'm aware Councillor Tate is sitting in the audience, and Councillor Tate, may I say that you will have a full opportunity to speak when this is referred back to the committee? And Councillor Bound as well. Well, Councillor Bound's on the committee, it's naturally, but it's the visiting ward councillor I wanted to include in this. And everybody else that was down to speak tonight will be able to speak. Councillor Potter.
I think you make the observation, Chair. When we carried out our viewing, there were a number of comments and questions asked about this matter. But I also make the point the applicant wasn't present at the viewing, so in terms of any responsibility anybody has on this matter, they probably bear some themselves for not being there as well. But, you know, we would have, I think, drawn some of that out at the viewing, really. So thank you. I'm sure this is the right decision, Chair.
Thank you for that. Right. Thank you, gentlemen. Move on to item number 2. And could I ask Sarah Wyatt Tilby to come forward, please? Good evening to you. Would you just like to take a seat? Are you on the Parish Council? I am. You are. Good evening, Councillor. If you'd just like to sit there while the officer presents the application.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is for the erection of 4 dwellings, garaging and associated landscaping. If I can draw your attention to page 3 and 4 of the update sheet, further comments from the Council's biodiversity officer have been received and are set out there in regards to dormice, and references made to some comments submitted by the applicant in regards to this matter as well. So the application is recommended for refusal as it's failed to demonstrate that it would meet a locally agreed need, so that's reason for refusal 1. And reason for refusal 2 is in regards to dormice, where it hasn't been demonstrated that the development wouldn't have an adverse impact upon dormice which are likely to be on site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor, you have 4 minutes.
Hurstbourne Priors Parish Council is and always has been in favour of this application. Our comments in support of it, as contained within the officer's report that were made back in October 2015 and August 2016, are indicative of that. We were in favour of that application, both then because of the housing need, but also because of the quality type and the design of the housing that was put forward. I should observe that Councillor Keith Watts was also in favour of the application. We remain in favour of the application for this primary reason. There is an agreed housing need within our parish, as identified by the Housing Needs Survey that is summarised within the officer's report. That need is one that is in existence now and anecdotally has been since the application for this site was first submitted back in August 2015. That, of course, is over 3 years ago. Since that application was submitted back in 2015, 2 elderly residents have left the parish. We are already a very small parish, and 1 young family have left because they wanted to downsize and there was no suitable accommodation available. It is true that the applicant initially withdrew the application in August 2017, but that is because Basingstoke and Deane granted outline planning permission for the Hurstbourne station site in the interim period between August 2015 and August 2017. As you're aware, that outline permission was approved, this is in respect of the Hurstbourne station site, was approved as full consent in respect of that site in November 2017. And it is the fact that that approval has been given which lies at the heart of the reason that's been given as to why the planning officer seeks to refuse this application. We are bound to accept as a parish council that in the ordinary course of events, the existence of an extant planning consent that will fulfil the housing needs is a perfectly proper reason to refuse a planning application. However, it is our view that in the circumstances of this particular case, and without wishing to set any precedent, it is not a valid reason to refuse this application for 3 reasons. Firstly, timing. Full consent in respect of the Hurstbourne station site was granted in November 2017, and so over a year ago. No significant work has been done at that site because of the contamination and environmental issues associated with it. Everything has, by necessity, come to a halt. The officer report in this application states that it is accepted that there have been delays agreeing the contamination issues on the station site, but cites the applications to discharge the conditions made by the developer of that site as evidence of an intention on the part of the developer to bring the development forward. That, we are afraid, is a woefully inadequate assessment of the true position. No further work can be done at that site until the Environment Agency give the go-ahead.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. That will not be any time soon. The issues associated with that site are complicated and in-depth and will take a significant amount of time to resolve. Linked to that is the chronology in respect of this application. This application was first submitted in August 2015. What seems to have then happened is that the outline permission for the station site overtook it, despite the fact that we were opposed to that application but in favour of this one. Finally, the outline permission in respect of the station site was for 30 houses. When full planning was granted, it was increased to 44. The fact of that permitted increase, we say, is evidence in support of the fact that Basingstoke and Deane Council has recognised that there is a housing need in the parish. Because of the issues with the Hurstbourne station site, it is our firm view that the only way of agreeing the identified need in the short to mid-term is by approving this application.
Thank you very much. Members, questions for the Parish Councillor? And if I could ask you to turn your microphone off, please.
Certainly.
It mutes out the rest of them, not mine. Any questions for the Parish Councillor? Councillor Porter?
Hello, good evening. I just really wanted to clarify, I know you've spoken a lot about it and it's in the report, but in the reasons for refusal, the officer is very clear under item 1 in saying the proposed housing mix, which is proposed here, fails to address the size of dwellings sought locally as put forward by the applicant within their housing needs assessment. I mean, as a parish council, you contradict that, don't you, I think, in terms of your own survey work? If I'm right on that, can you just clarify for me, or restate really, why you believe that to be wrong?
We believe that there is a need for houses where people want to downsize. So they want 2 or 3 bedroom houses. There are houses within those with that size proposed within this development, and that is the reason why we say that the housing need will be met by this development.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Could I ask Mr. Partridge to come forward, please? Good evening, and you have 4 minutes, Mr. Partridge. That's that silver button on the base there.
Thank you, Chairman. The site forms gashland between Brianhurst's scrapyard and the recent development of 6 properties by the applicant, which replaced a former hostel. The land formed part of this hostel, and as such it was part of a previously developed site. We originally submitted a scheme for 5 houses in 2015. At that time, officers supported the scheme because of a shortfall in the 5-year housing land supply. However, various delays by officers in the processing of the application meant that by the time it was due for a decision, the local plan was adopted, removing the need under the 5-year housing land supply. Officers, however, encouraged us to look at the local housing needs under the new policy SS6E. The applicants commissioned Action Hampshire, a not-for-profit organisation whose specialism includes housing needs surveys. The survey was drawn up in consultation with the parish council, and the independently verified results identified there was an unmet need arising in the parish. The proposal would help fulfil this need. This current application made several changes to the original proposal, has also made concessions to overcome new concerns which were not raised in the earlier application. We have reduced the number of units from 5 to 4 to enable greater amenity space. We have reduced the size of the units and made them all 2 and 3 bed, meeting the needs identified in the Housing Needs Survey. We have revised the site layout, adjusted the garaging and parking as requested by officers. We also unilaterally decided to make the roof spaces smaller to avoid subsequent enlargement. The officers suggest that the site is isolated. However, the recent case law established by Braintree District Council versus Secretary of State puts a different complexion on this matter. The site is not isolated in that it is adjacent to other existing and proposed housing, which will eventually form a small community in its own right. It is also near to an employment site. It is clear that both in the context and physically with existing and proposed housing on 2 boundaries and the railway line on another, that the site could never be defined as being in open countryside. It's likely that the proposed housing on the scrapyard will take time to complete, given the site's use. But in contrast, the applicants would be able to start development immediately, subject to dealing with any reserved conditions. They would also set a condition reducing the time for the commencement of development. In addition, the applicants, through a Section 106 agreement, would offer the development to the local community exclusively for an agreed period, giving them first right of refusal, which will establish a direct link between the local need and the development. The revised MPPF is now quite specific in promoting housing in the countryside. It acknowledges that housing in one settlement may support services in another village. It also states that the LPA should be responsive to local circumstances. As you've heard tonight, Hurstbourne Priors support the application, and as do St Marybourne. The local residents also support the proposal. There is a desperate need for more housing locally, and this scheme will deliver it where the local community wants it. Turning to the issue of dormice,
Just 1 minute.
in April our scheme was signed off by the biodiversity team, but just last week we were presented with a new objection on dormice. No substantive details have been provided on the position, location, numbers of dormice, despite requests, but it relates to the scrapyard. Our ecologist has confirmed previous advice that the site comprises extremely poor habitat for dormice. There is a potential for dormice habitats on the railway embankment, but clearly this proposal will not affect that. We believe that the implementation of a dormice strategic management plan, which obviously worked for the adjacent site, would be suitable here, and that the necessity for a full survey is disproportionately given the ecology of the site. We have also suggested that the landscape strategy be put forward in the landscape visual impact assessment that can be fine-tuned so that new habitat can encourage dormice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for finishing on time. Members, any questions for the applicant? No? Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Bound. Cutting it fine.
Just one question. It goes back to Councillor Potter's reference to the parish council earlier about the housing mix. You're proposing 1, 2 and 3, 3 in your housing mix. Yet the housing needs survey said 6 2s and 3 3s. So you completely revert. You've turned it about in terms of the housing mix that you've come up with.
I think there's a couple of things to take into account here. Firstly, obviously the housing needs survey is only a moment, snapshot in time. The needs do change and fluctuate throughout. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that not all the people that were sent a survey form responded. So we've only got 42%, which for the purposes of measuring the survey, or the needs, is adequate. But it doesn't tell you the whole picture. Thirdly, the parish council, as we've been in discussion with them, have indicated people want to move from the large houses to the small houses, and they can't do at the moment because there is not the space or there's not the housing available. So essentially what we're trying to do is build in some flexibility into that.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. Now, I don't know what Councillor George left the table. He said he wasn't going to vote. Oh, you moved down there, David. You could have sat in your seat, actually. Doesn't matter. Thank you. And you're speaking now as the ward councillor. And you have 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Just for clarification, I am speaking as ward councillor because I consider my position to be predetermined, actually, on this particular application. Thank you. Firstly, just as background, the Hurstbourne Priors is a tight-knit rural community with approximately 350 people in the parish. The population has remained steady or declined over the last 6 years, so it's a very well established and declined site. The parish council have sometimes had problems with members of their community having to leave Hurstbourne Priors as there's no suitable homes available for them in the parish. I'm assured by the parish council that the need is real and urgent. The housing need assessment conducted as part of this application indicated there was a modest immediate need for 9 2- and 3-bedroomed homes. These are for young families and to allow elderly couples to downsize, freeing up larger homes for growing families. I think you'll agree this is essential for the health of the community. The applicant site is not within settlement boundary, and I agree entirely with the officers that it needs to be judged against policy SS6E, which is requires the development to be 4 bones or less and meet a demonstrated need. I totally agree with that. The officers conclude that recent extant planning permission for 44 houses and 6 employment units on the old scrapyard site immediate to the east of the applicant's site will meet the need. Whilst I fully support the officer's position, I would have you argue that the urgency of need is also an important consideration which has not been fully taken into account. The extant planning permission at the former railway station site, the scrapyard site, and the scrapyard has been operating for many, many decades. The site lies in a very sensitive chalk location on the headwaters of the River Bourne Inlet and close to the Vitacrest site, which is, gives a lot of employment and relies on very pure water. The investigations have shown that the site is contaminated, and it's understood that further investigations are currently going away at the moment, but a remedial plan is still some way off. It hasn't been agreed yet. The site is also underlain by a very, very thick unsaturated zone of chalk, which tends to hold contaminations, and it will need full investigation before this can be cleaned up in any way. Obviously, the Basingstoke Dean Borough Council and the Environment Agency need to be satisfied that the remediation site is demonstrably completed to a standard which fully protects the future occupants of the site, the quality of the groundwater, and the livelihoods of those at Vitacrest. It is also understood from the Environment Agency that the remediation site will also have to meet the strict criteria to enable surrender of the operational permits on the site, because it was an operational site, and the EF suggested that the remediation and permit surrender could take some time. Given the extreme sensitivity of the location, remediation should not be rushed or subject to time pressures. There must be considerable uncertainty regarding the ability of the former scrapyard site ability to deliver homes in the near future. Okay. I'd like to go on then, looking at the second reason for refusal. The Dormouse reason was added to the officer's report at the very last moment. In fact, neither the applicant or I were aware of these issues until this agenda for this committee was published. This clearly puts the applicant at a distinct disadvantage, I think, under these circumstances, and therefore I would respectfully request that should the first reason for refusal be set aside, that the officers and committee are sympathetic to this position, and the officers advise the committee on the full range of options which may be available to allow the application to move ahead, subject to delegation or deferment if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor George. Any questions for the Ward Councillor? Clarification, anything else? Nope. Thank you very much. You can... Thank you. Questions to officers? I've got a question. Kick this off. There seems to be a little bit of a conflict in the viewings of the Parish Council, Ward Councillor, about the need in Hurstbourne Priors, contrary to what was written in the report. Now, there are 2 reasons for refusal. I would like to see how the debate goes, but I would like guidance to the committee, if I can, from officers. Obviously, it's been highlighted by the Ward Councillor. It sort of came upon the whole subject matter of the dormice rather suddenly, and any survey that would be required, and I think that would be necessary to get a full picture of what the implication on the ecologies and the biodiversity is going to be, would be subject only if the first reason for refusal was, in fact, overturned and accepted by the committee. So can I judge this, that if the committee would ask any questions on this application generally, we could focus on maybe part 1 of the reasons for refusal, and then it would flow down till we then look at part 2, because I think my personal feeling at the moment, I don't speak for the committee, they can speak for themselves, that the biodiversity side could be satisfied with a request for a proper dormice survey, which is natural in most applications. Would that be an acceptable way ahead? And I turn to Mike for some advice to the committee, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so I suppose the substantive reason before members is reason for refusal 1, in the sense of that is obviously the key part about the principal development. The second reason for refusal is clearly relevant to the timing of the fact that the recommendation has come forward before you, and at this late stage, I think there is information from the adjoining site that wasn't previously before the council, literally at the point of compiling the report. That's the reason why it was so late in the day. It's extremely unfortunate, clearly, and I accept the applicant's comments on that. But we are where we are. We can't ignore it. It's related to dormice, and therefore it's right that it's there as a reason for refusal. So I think yes, if the focus, I suppose, was on reason 1 first, then we could return to how reason 2 could be approached in the alternative decision, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Bound.
Hey, to the officers, there seem to be 2 extent planning applications within the immediate area that would satisfy the housing need in the area. We've heard talk about there not being put in process because of hold-ups, but I want to know how much weight one should apply to that. Does it have a material effect on us looking at this particular application, knowing that there are 2 applications already that could be built out and take care of the planning of the need? I hope that's clear.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So I think the application being referred to is the one for 44 dwellings at Hurstbourne Station. So that's been approved, and as I've set out on page 88 of the report, that application was approved in November 2017, and there have been a number of applications to discharge various conditions placed on that permission. Has been mentioned to you that there is the site is contaminated, given that what it was used for previously, scrapyard and a former railway site. So there are ongoing discussions in regards to that. However, as I've set out in that final paragraph on page 88, that the developers for that site have been making every effort to bring the development forward as soon as they can. They certainly have relayed that to me, that they're trying to get on and build these houses, that they are aware that the site is contaminated, so they are having to provide more information. So I think in regards to the need that was identified, it's felt that permission for 44 dwellings would adequately cover the identified need, and therefore this application isn't required to meet that need. In terms of considering other applications, I've highlighted on page 89 of my report that a recent appeal decision at Bury Court Farm in Little London was dismissed, and the inspector agreed that the consideration of extant consents locally which meet the need is valid to consider as part of looking at a locally agreed need. So I think hopefully that covers your question. Thank you.
Councillor Porter.
Can I just be entirely clear, Madam Chair, in regard to the housing mix, which is obviously the subject of discussion, and the applicant has, I understand it, obviously is proposing on this development 1 2-bedroom and 3 3-bedrooms, and the housing types identified in respect of the need locally is 6 2-bedroom houses and 3 3-bedroom houses. just a simple point, really. I hope it's not hypothesis, but were the mix of these 4 dwellings to be changed so that they fitted in with the need which is identified, would we still be saying that this application should be refused? It seems to me it's purely, is it around the housing mix tying in with the local demand? Is that what we're saying?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, in terms of what is being proposed, as set out on page 87 of the report, there's a table there indicating what properties were identified by the applicant's housing needs survey. So that identified that there was a requirement for 6 2-bedroom properties and 2 market 3-bedroom properties. There was a third, but that was required to be shared ownership, and as this application is for market housing only, that's been discounted from this. So in regards to if this could be addressed, it would certainly, if the application was to be changed, sort of any future amendments that sort of sought to provide a mix in line with the applicant's housing needs survey, that would satisfy the reason policy CN3 as is set out in the reason for refusal 1, but it still wouldn't overcome the concerns regarding the need identified and how that is going to be met through the Hurstbourne station, the 44 dwellings and extant consent application.
Obviously, Councillor Bands raised the point, really. It seems to me that doing the best that we can, really, to consider each application on its own merit, really, and compliance. If we look at this single scheme and whether it would satisfy the housing mix which has been identified, again, making the point, were this to be redesigned so that it actually was 3 2-bedroom units and 1 3-bedroom, that would satisfy it, wouldn't it, really? And if we were facing that type of application, would we be obligated to look outside of this application in its own right? It seems to me we wouldn't, would we?
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I think the answer is that you still would. I mean, I understand the point that if the need was better matching the needs survey that the applicant has provided, clearly that would be beneficial. But I still think it goes back to the fundamental point that in terms of need for the parish and the advice and guidance that has been provided on that and support at the very court farm appeal, which is referenced in the report, is that need does need to be on a parish basis, and that appeal decision has confirmed that it would be reasonable to take into account other existing provision, including things in the pipeline, I suppose, in terms of extant permissions that are committed sites. I mean, I understand the points being raised about the fact that the site has not come forward perhaps as quickly as maybe the applicant had desired, but all planning permissions are subject to the 3-year consent, and this is not, at this stage, what we consider to be a stalled site, if you like, in the sense that there is still work ongoing to discharge those conditions. So we've not reached that point where it's no longer, to our knowledge, an unviable proposition in that sense. So those 44 units, we would assume, are still, reasonably assume, are still going to come forward and meet that need that's been identified. And I suppose it just goes back to the issue around if you think about the context of SS6, it's allowing for an exception to the normal policy of new development in the countryside. So it's opening up that door where there's a specified unmet need. I think what we're saying is, either way you look at it in terms of the mix, that unmet need for the parish is met by the alternative permission that's already there.
Just to highlight on the 4th paragraph of page 88, the housing mix for the Hurstbourne station is set out. So it's 15 2-bedroom units, 18 3-bedroom units, and 11 4-bedroom units. And obviously, those number of units would adequately meet the need as identified in the applicant's housing needs survey.
Thank you very much. Councillor Goodison.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I must admit, I'm always very interested to hear what ward councillors and particularly parish councillors have to say. And And the parish council has made it quite clear that in her view there is a need and that this would help to satisfy that need. I mean, I understand entirely what Mr. Stock and the points raised by Mrs. Stock with regard to the other alternative extant one which exists at the moment. But I think on balance, I would hold the view that what the parish council and the ward council have said does not persuade me, or persuades me that I don't need to pay too much attention to reason one for refusal.
And the question to the officers is?
Would they agree with that? No. Okay, right. Sorry, I point taken. I forgot we were asking questions and I was making a statement. Yeah.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Continuing the inconsistent, consistent approach that we take to these things. Just looking at the point about need, in previous applications before us, we've had debate about adjacent or neighbouring need associated with specific need, and in other judgments that have been made by professionals looking at this for us, they have used the argument the need in the wider area is such that it would justify a development. Thus, the figure is greater. If it's applicable then in those arguments, surely it would be applicable for us in this argument, given even then the context, as the officer rightly states, of the application that as a permission.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. I think the difference is going back to the specific wording of that policy SS6, which I appreciate has multiple parts, but on the SS6E it is specifically about small scale, obviously it's 4 dwellings, that's fine, that meet a locally agreed needs. And I think it's that issue of locally, it's that sense of containment around the need, and it's setting it out in that context, saying, well, actually there's an exception here, which is if on a sort of, and we define it as a parish scale, which is the view that's been supported at the Berry Court Farm Appeal, it is that part that brings it into that sort of local and sort of tighter area for consideration.
But if I can push you on that, Mike, we have made decisions guided by yourselves as officers with the recommendations in reports that local area isn't just as specific as has been described in this application, but could be wider. And you've given us that advice before. So again, I'm just looking at this notion of where do we stand on this in terms of where we define local.
I thought we'd been quite consistent on the recommendations. I'll be honest in terms of this issue. I think the issue around parish and where that comes from is that obviously we set out an informal guidance note, which is exactly that. It's an informal guidance note that's just simply trying to give everybody involved in this process, applicants, parish councils, officers, members, a more consistent platform, I suppose, to make an assessment. So it doesn't carry material weight, clearly, in that sense, but nevertheless, what does carry weight are the appeal decisions that this borough receives, and the Berry Court Farm Appeal did make reference to that approach, I suppose, which has been advocated by the guidance note, and said that it's right to consider it on the grounds of sort of the parish area, but also, importantly, and relevant to this case, made the point that actually extant permissions in the parish are reasonable to take into account. I suppose in some ways it's not dissimilar to the, if you take the sort of the wider area and the borough 5-year supply position, it's the same point but being scaled down to a smaller area. And what we're saying is, well, actually, given the scale of Hurstbourne, which we've heard this evening is quite a small parish, you know, the 44 dwellings already allowed for in that other development is highly material to this case.
So just testing this then in terms of what you've said, in my mind then it is not a direction as far as the appeal decision is concerned. It is a decision of appeal inspector with a view. It is a clear policy statement that says local need, and it would be for us as a committee to decide what we understood local to mean in that context of our interpretation of our policy, and that the parish element is a guidance element that you've given us as an informal point in order to help us in that, but it is nonetheless an informal point of guidance. Therefore, the decision nonetheless rests with the committee as to whether we view local in the context of an adjacent settlement that may well support an argument that locally derived need in this part of Basingstoke and Dean could justify an approval of this application.
I agree with most of those points, Councillor. I think it's always a case of planning judgment, and it's always a case for the committee to come to their view as part of that planning judgment. I think the point around locally agreed need as it's defined in the policy, you're absolutely right. That is clearly set out. I think the issue about should that be parish-based or wider, we feel that parish is a good position to take. It's a reasonable position to take. And I just think that given the scale of that adjoining site, and it is literally next door, is such a significant factor here, particularly given the mix of units approved in that development. You know, the number of 2-bed and 3-bed units that already meet that need. And I suppose it goes back to that point, isn't it? It's around need as opposed to demand. And there's that distinction between the two that I think is quite key here as well.
Questions to officers still. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, genuinely, I think the officer's report is really well written and is objective, and it's broken down, makes proper reference, obviously, to the issues around the Berry Court Farm, you know, the decision in that regard. There's one paragraph I just wanted to ask for proper guidance on it, if I might, really, which is sort of quoted. It's on page 89, halfway down, and it actually talks about in relation to the role of the parish council. The inspector supported the position set out in ALP para 4.77, the guidance note, which set out that locally agreed need, inverted commas, must be agreed by the local planning authority, having regard to locally expressed views. She stated the local planning authority is the determining authority, and as such its role is to determine whether or not a housing need has been demonstrated. All of that I think I understand, except that is that saying that if the parish council is establishing by its own processes a housing need and is clear in terms of understanding its own demography, of its own parish people, etc., and we heard evidence obviously from the local parish council and from the local council regarding that sort of tightly knit community, etc., and the demand for people to downsize, etc. Is this saying substantial weight should be given to that in the context of any decision we make as an LPA? Does it read that way? Is it meant to read that way? Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. So I think that was taken from the Berry Court Farm decision, where similarly in this case that the parish was supportive of the application. I think the inspector recognised that there was a level of support from the parish council, but she sets out that it's the local planning authority that needs to determine whether there's a need. So although the parish been supportive of the application, indicates that there may be, it's up to the local planning authority to determine that need, and it's not up to the parish council to determine that.
Sorry, I mean, the words used has been demonstrated, isn't it? Which begs the question, by whom and by what process, obviously. And to that extent, does that give us discretion in regard to how much authority we can give to the type of housing surveys that have been conducted locally by local people, by the parish council, who come forward with propositions which seem to, on that very local basis, support the type of need that's been spoken about this evening? I accept our role in this, of course I do, it goes without saying, but in terms of that demonstration, it's how much weight we put on what the parish council is saying to us, I think, is it?
I think it's I think it's just the case that, and again the guidance note I think tries to cover this point, but also the appeal decision, which I think is very, very recent, so highly material. I think it's just trying to say that actually the parish council's view is not the determinative factor. It is a factor for the determining authority, which is the local planning authority, in this case the committee. So it's saying if the parish says there's a need, doesn't automatically mean you are bound to say need has been demonstrated as the decision taker. It's just saying that is part of the information that could inform your decision as to whether need has been demonstrated. And in the guidance note, I think the way that tries to work and tries to highlight the importance of parishes is that it says where developers or applicants are going to take forward their own survey, they should at least go and discuss that methodology with the parish first.
Councillor Sherlock.
Thank you, Chair. My impression is that the contamination on the 44 house site is fairly extensive. Do we have any knowledge of how many years it could take to clear it? And meantime, the need is being ignored.
Thank you, Chairman. So yeah, currently further site investigation works are being undertaken on Hurstbourne Station, the site. Although there's been desk study was submitted as part of the original approval, site investigation works were required. They're still being undertaken, but in all intents and purposes, as soon as the applicant has undertaken that and then proposes remedial works, there's nothing to stop them from, following their approval from the local planning authority, that they can do those works and begin to bring the development forward on the site. So I don't think I could say give a time scale, but the developer has indicated that they are looking to crack on as soon as they can, and they are undertaking the works required as we speak. We've had meetings with the developer regarding that site, and we've set out what further information we're going to be looking for. And my understanding is that the developers are currently doing that and getting ready to submit further information for our consideration.
Are the Environment Agency involved in it as well?
Yes, they are, and they were present at a meeting that happened approximately a month ago now. So they're aware of the status of the site and the developer's intentions in bringing it forward for development.
Councillor Bound.
I'll save it for debate now.
Any more questions to officers? Right, go to debate, and Councillor Robinson, number 1.
Thank you, Chair. Broadly, I'm in favour of this development, having heard everything I've heard. Listen to the local views, it seems very popular. Look at the objections from locals. Basically, there don't really seem to be any hard objections, 1 or 2 observations. There's a big question, does it meet the local need? And I think, leaving that aside for now, because of this late issue we've had with the dormice, we're going to defer this decision tonight. We can't make a decision till we've got the issue of the dormice resolved. So I do wonder how people would feel about deferring the entire matter to another meeting, and that will give the developer the opportunity maybe to modify the housing mix to something that would be more acceptable. It'll also give us the opportunity to get more information from the extent planning permission on the adjacent site and get some idea of how long that delay is going to be, because if it's going to be a matter of months, we're in one situation. If it's going to be a matter of years, well, then I think we do need to do something about the shortage of housing in that area. So I'd just like to hear what other people think on that issue.
Right, I'm just getting a quick piece of advice from my left here. Councillor Goodison. Okay, Councillor Bound.
Thank you, Chair. I think I would go along with a lot of what Councillor Robinson says, except that based upon the housing needs assessment that has been done by the applicant, the housing mix does not fit in with the housing need. And for that reason, I can't go along with this application. If they were to come back with a different application and reverse the threes and the twos, then I'd be far more happy with it. And this is setting aside the fact that I think the housing need is being met elsewhere. But putting that aside for the moment, I mean, the site obviously needs something doing with it. It's already adjacent to a site which we have approved. So were it to come back in a different form, I would go with it, but I can't at the moment.
Thank you for that. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Listening to the arguments this evening, I guess the question becomes one of, is this a developable site to start with? And I think it qualifies as being yes, in my mind. Where do we stand on local views? We are clearly heard from the parish council. We've clearly heard from the ward councillor. There are clearly no objections that are in the report. There are letters of support nonetheless. So we do not have a community that is saying, please do not do this to us. We have a community saying, actually, we support this application. That is a very important factor we should take into account. I think there is a debate to be had about how we define local need, and I respect the points about a better mix, and I can see a very strong argument for that. Does that make me say no to this application as it stands at the moment? It doesn't. Does it mean that it could be made better? Yes, it does. So I think there's an argument there, and I do agree with Councillor Robertson in terms of how this could be made better. I think the dormice issue could be conditioned. I think the dormice issue could be resolved with adequate mitigation and adequate action taken and secured in condition. If the applicant is willing to modify the proposal, then good. That gives it something positive to bring back to the committee. If it came to the crunch, at the moment, I would argue that I think the local need can be defined in a wider context in the sense of the area, and in my mind that would indicate that there is a need, and I'm thinking of Whitchurch and others as neighbouring communities. And my view would be I would be supportive of the application because of what the local residents, the parish council and the ward councillor are indicating. It gives me more comfort in saying yes to the application. So at the stage, if we put it to the vote for approval, I would vote for it. If we are asking for deferral, I can see the relevance of deferral in the context of more information and modifying the application to make it better. So if that is what is before us at the moment, then is that what you're proposing, deferral? I think I'd be happy to second that on the basis of what you're saying, Nick, if the applicant can make the application better. If not, if it comes back to us, then we'll have it to debate at that moment in time, won't we, Chair?
Thank you for that contribution. Any other debating points? Because if not, Councillor Bound.
I just ask, is deferral also going to take into account the housing mix?
That's what I'm about to ask the development manager and find out how this one can be manipulated.
Thank you, Chair. I had noted down from Councillor Robinson's proposal that it would be deferred on the basis of asking for further consideration of the housing mix to better meet the applicant's stated housing needs. Obviously, for the dormice survey work to be carried out, or reason for refusal number 2 to be satisfied. I would just make the point on that there is an issue of timings there, so this wouldn't be an immediate return in terms of that work, but I'm just making the committee aware, and at the same time information on the adjoining site and the progress there, and whether it is, I suppose, ultimately something which is not going to happen, because that would assist your consideration of the urgency of need. So it'd be those 3 points, Chairman.
Right, on that basis, Councillor Robinson proposed, Councillor Harvey seconded? Right. And that's moved for deferral. Thank you. That's why I have you here. For deferral, for the reasons that Mike has just enumerated. All those in favour of that deferral? Right, that deferral is approved. Do you want to say any more? Right.
So, item number 2 is deferred for the reasons set out by Mike and Councillor Robinson.
And thank you, committee. I think that was a very worthwhile discussion. It's something we struggle with all the time, but let's move on. Item number 3. Okay, and could I ask Ms. Toffs to come forward, please? Good evening. I assume it's Councillor Toffs? Yes, good evening. If you'd just like to sit there while the officer presents the application, then I'll call you.
This application is for the redevelopment of the Carsales forecourt showroom and car repair garage to provide a Class A1 convenience store building with associated access, landscaping, plant equipment, etc. To note on the update that amended external lighting plan has been received, so it corresponds to submitted parking plans already submitted. And the recommendation is for the application to be approved, subject to a contribution towards a traffic regulation order to secure double yellow lines either side of the access point.
Thank you. Councillor Toss, you have 4 minutes. It's that silver button where that is. Off you go.
Oakley is a large village with a population of around 5,200 and growing. And currently the only retail opportunities are a butcher, a chemist and the one-stop convenience store. In the Neighbourhood Plan Community Survey carried out in April 2014, almost 44 of the respondents said they wanted a larger convenience store, and over 50% of them said the location should be in Oakley Lane. With the new development at Park Farm and Beech Tree Close, the need for more retail provision will only increase. Oakley has a large proportion of older residents, and with reduced public transport and the possibility of free travel being withdrawn or significantly changed, the opportunity for local shopping needs to be enhanced. There are currently parking issues at the school, particularly at drop-off and collection times, and the parish has raised this as a potential issue. While the extra parking spaces provided by the co-op store will reduce the problem, there is a need for the provision of yellow lines either side of the site, and the parish supports the borough's requirement for this, as it will also help to alleviate the current traffic flow issues that exist in that area. And we also support the condition that deliveries are restricted to avoid school pickup times. The Neighbourhood Plan Policy 12 states that proposals for new or additional retail facilities will be supported subject to such development not harming existing facilities, local character or residential amenity. The site was previously a general hardware / DIY store and petrol station before it became a car showroom, so it has had delivery trucks visiting the property in the past. It is not envisaged that the specialist provision from the butcher and the chemist would be adversely impacted by the addition of another convenience store, and One Stop has unique selling points from the post office facilities and newspaper deliveries, neither of which the co-op would provide. There was previously a car repair business at the site, so noise was experienced by the neighbouring residents, and we understand that the applicant has agreed to provide noise-suppressing fencing and also glazing to the bed and breakfast adjoining the site. The tree on the site must be protected, and the applicant has confirmed that this will be done. The Neighbourhood Plan Policy 11 mentions support for the provision of new or improved employment space subject to it not harming local character or residential amenity, and the parish believes that it does not. Some of the objections to the application mention that there is a very limited bus service to Oakley, especially at the weekend, but realistically we believe that the majority of the staff for the new store will be local to Oakley, which will enhance the local employment market rather than attracting staff from other areas.
You have just under a minute.
The parish supports the application and recommends approval subject to conditions, as we believe that the majority of residents will benefit from the provision of the new retail and employment opportunities that this store will bring.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, any questions for the Parish Councillor? Thank you very much. Mr. Glascock, please. Good evening, Mr. Glasgow. You have 4 minutes, and it's the silver button at the base of the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was the chair of the neighbourhood planning group for Oakley, spending 2.5 years putting that together, so I've a very good idea of what went into that. And I want to explain why I believe that the proposed scheme is neither safe nor sustainable by looking at the impact of the scheme on parking provision and associated safety issues along with the likely impact on retail facilities and also residential amenity. I don't dispute the fact that there's a need for an additional retail facility in the village, but the location is terrible. It's within 100 metres of a one-stop shop, and it will offer very similar services that are already provided there. And it's in an area where parking availability is already overstretched, and this was a key issue in the neighbourhood plan raised by many residents and also in comments to the authority, both in the positive and negative comments. I'd like you to consider 2 things. The first one is that the demand, as suggested by the applicant, is true, and that it will generate more trade. And by generating more trade, it will generate more traffic flow and a greater demand for parking. But the net impact of this scheme is actually a reduction in parking. So if you look at the 9 additional spaces that are being provided by the co-op, and it should be 23 according to the borough's own requirements, that's offset by the loss of 8 spaces because of the double yellow lines, the loss of up to 5 spaces for employees who will park in the vicinity, and some of those will not be locally employed, and possibly a loss of further 5 spaces when deliveries occur. So a net loss of up to 9 parking spaces in the area. Now the reality is that parking restrictions are unlikely to be enforced, as is the case currently. So it is chaos around school time, and there is a serious safety issue there for children going to and from school. And the higher traffic volumes combined with illegal or reduced levels of parking will make it worse. Now the second scenario is if the demand is similar to existing, and the reason that might be the case is because people already avoid shopping in the one-stop because of parking problems. So in that case, the amount of trade that exists there currently will be divided between the 2 outlets, and this could cause the closure of the one-stop shop because of the lack of commercial viability for the 2 outlets, and hence the loss of employment and the loss of the post office service. Either way, this development is not safe or a sustainable proposition, and it's not compliant, therefore, with the neighbourhood plan policies 11 and 12, and certainly not compliant with the borough's own parking policies. As far as residential amenity is concerned, there's 2 issues. The first one is that the actual property, the development, is 2 stories high, and it will dominate the views from the lounge windows of the properties in the Vale, which are to the rear of it, and reduce light significantly. And also, it will obscure the windows of Jolly Ollie's coffee shop, causing loss of light and visual amenity. Secondly, the noise from the plant on the flat roof is likely to be very intrusive, at least for number 9, the Vale, when sitting in the garden, noting that the buildings are about 9 metres apart, so sitting in the garden it's probably less than that to the plant. The analysis by the applicant claims that the noise will be within allowable limits. However, the co-op has a history on this, and I'd like to quote what the environmental health input is on this development. It says, "It is relevant that environmental health have 2 current cases involving local co-op stores where post-installation noise levels have not been as predicted, and complaints have been received from residents." So in summary, I believe that approval of this scheme is non-compliant with the borough's parking requirement, reduces parking availability in the centre of the village, close to the school, and will create an unsafe environment for the villagers, and in particular school children. The lack of parking in the area will act as a choke on demand for the two shops, and it's highly likely there'll be insufficient growth in trade in this area to sustain both outlets, and the village could lose the one-stop shop along with the post office, as well as loss of employment. And there will be a loss of amenity to the neighbouring properties through loss of light or an overly dominant views of a high roof line of the store, and it's likely there'll be unacceptable noise levels created by the plant, and evidence exists for this. Therefore, I'd like you to consider refusing this application.
Thank you very much. Could you turn your microphone off, please? Thank you. Members, any questions to the Speaker? Thank you very much. Could I ask Mr. Edge to come forward, please? Good evening, Mr. Edge. And could I ask you who you're accompanied by, please? Oh, is this Mr. Bailey?
It is Mr. Bailey.
Okay,
yes.
Mr. Bailey, that's fine. Thanks very much. And you have 4 minutes between you if you wish, but 4 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members. My name is Chris Edge. I'm the Town Planning Manager for the Co-op. And I've been working on this site for a long time. It predates my involvement in the Co-op, but certainly back to May 2015 when I joined. Just as a way of background, members will be aware that the Co-op is a community retailer that is owned by millions of members across the country rather than by investors or shareholders. We operate more than 2,500 local convenience stores and medium-sized food stores nationwide. And through our community membership scheme, 1% of our spend, 1% of spend on own brand products is given back to community good causes, and 5% is given back to members to spend on their shopping. So we've had an interest in this site for a long time, as I say, for certainly over 5 years, having identified Oakley as an ideal location for a new store. And we've worked very, very hard in conjunction with planning officers over that period to bring forward a proposal that has their support and the support of the council. It's probably fair to say that journey hasn't been easy, hasn't been straightforward. We've had a number of pre-apps, and we've worked hard over the last 6 months since the application's been submitted. So an initial layout was the subject of a pre-application request back in 2014. For a number of reasons, this proposal was not advanced any further. And then back in early 2016, the layout was amended, and we instructed a public relations company to carry out a door-to-door survey to gauge support for a new store in Oakley. And that came back and confirmed that 80% of those that responded at the door-to-door surveys supported the proposed development. So during 2016, the layout was redrawn, and we met with neighbours at number 32 Oakley Lane. And in March 2017, we submitted a further request for pre-application advice to the council in order to gauge whether the proposed development was going to be acceptable and supported. At this point, the proposal was to position the store on the eastern side of the site. Following feedback on this proposal from the council, the building footprint was repositioned to the rear of the site, and we submitted a further pre-application inquiry for the amended proposals back in December 2017. In response to feedback to the second pre-app inquiry, further design changes were made to ensure that the building was appropriately designed moving forward to this planning application. So throughout the planning application since it's been submitted, planning officers have been very proactive in raising relevant concerns and allowing us to tweak proposals to ensure that the end result is acceptable in planning terms and meets the requirements of the relevant planning policies. So in short, we have updated the parking layout to meet new parking space standards, provided evidence of parking patterns at similar stores to ensure the level of parking is suitable, agreed conditions that restrict HGV deliveries so they don't conflict with peak periods, and agreed to pay for double yellow lines to be painted on Oakley Lane.
You've got just under a minute.
Okay. Undertaken a detailed tree route survey so that construction techniques will avoid the roots of the oak tree at the boundary. Provided a lighting assessment to demonstrate no harmful impact on bats as required by the biodiversity team. And provided a high-level retail impact assessment to demonstrate that there is sufficient expenditure capacity within the catchment area to accommodate the proposed co-op store in addition to the existing retail stores. So we're very pleased to see that the letters submitted in support of this planning application outnumber the objection letters by a ratio of 2 to 1, which in my experience is very unusual. So members will note there are no objections from any of the council's consultees, including Highways Authority, Planning Policy, Tree Officer, and the Environmental Health Officer. And importantly, the Parish Council have always been very supportive, which we're very grateful. So we do hope that members can support their officer's recommendation, which reflects a number of years of hard work and close collaboration with the council and Parish Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could, thank you. And members, any questions for the applicant? Yes, Councillor Leaks.
Good evening. Can you tell me on the parking? I may have misled it reading in here. Where is the accessible parking, please?
On the plan I have, it's not marked on, but it is actually the one which is closest to the entrance, marked up as number 9. Apologies, it hasn't been marked on as accessible, but that is the space that would be demarcated as an accessible space closest to the entrance.
And that's flat entrance?
It is.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask the applicant, we have a recommendation in front of us that asks you to be invited into a legal agreement regarding the double yellow lines and the other contributions. Will you give a public commitment to meet that legal obligation? And secondly, may I ask you, in our conditions, number 19 on page 131 talks about the delivery of HGVs or HGV deliveries to the site. It also says there that those will be between, they shall be undertaken Monday to Saturday between the hours of 9:30 and 2:30. And then 7 and 10. Could you confirm, are you seriously saying that there will be deliveries of HGV or HGVs in that late evening slot? If not, do you need 2200 hours, or could that be changed to an appropriate time that you would consider for your deliveries that might be more reasonable for residents living next door?
Firstly, in relation to the first point about the Section 106 legal agreement, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, there is a public commitment to do that, and you'll know that the application would be refused without that. So there's no issue with that at all. In terms of deliveries, our operations people tend to want as wide a possible windows as they can to deliver, because where they have narrow windows and they have to deliver to stores elsewhere, they find it awkward to sort of fit them into their routes effectively. My understanding is that in terms of deliveries, normally the vast majority of deliveries come in the morning, and it's fair to say that very few would come or do come to other stores at that time of night. Certainly we're not in the habit of delivering to stores at tea time, or beyond tea time. Whether we would want to restrict ourselves to not deliver after 7 o'clock, it wouldn't be the end of the world, put it that way. But if I had my operations chap next to me, he might say something different. All I can say is that if it was 9:30 to 2:30 and not 7 till 10, that probably wouldn't be too much of an issue, if that helps.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I suggest that might be something to be taken up, because I think, my experience of it in my own ward with a particular shop does give issues, and maybe the ward councillors will have a view on that, and that's their business in that context. And I'll leave that for them maybe to have a discussion with the co-op, because the other question I have for you about the deliveries is the management of them. Obviously, you have your own deliveries, but you'll have deliveries from other suppliers. They have a tendency to arrive at the same time, no matter how well they are managed. How will you manage that in the context of the local traffic issues? And will they have a bankman? Will they have support in terms of accessing the site? Will your manager be involved in that? And how will you regulate that?
Well, I mean, the condition requires that deliveries only take place during a certain time of the day. So there's an enforceable condition there, and we do have it elsewhere. I shouldn't say this, where occasionally there are errors, and I personally take it very seriously where those matters are brought to my attention, and we do try and work very hard with local authorities to make sure that we do stick to our conditions in terms of times of delivery. In terms of third parties, again, I'm not the operational person who deals with these things, but all third-party deliveries, particularly bread companies, are made aware of the permitted hours of delivery, the mode of delivery to various sites, so they will have all that before they're delivered to any site. And you know, we're quite good at managing them. If there's a condition which requires them to come during a certain part of the day, then they have to stick to them. In terms of the management on site, if you like, I mean, I think the sort of benefit of the layout we've got here is that vehicles come in and access and egress in first gear, so there's no requirement to have a banksman or people, you know, cordoning off spaces, which is quite unusual in my experience for coach, where you've got quite a constrained site. So yeah, there's a condition which will require all deliveries to be within a certain part of the day, and that is enforceable. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question.
My point is about deliveries arriving at the same time. So, for example, you have the milk lorry arrive and you have your lorry arrive, both at the same time. One can only access the site at once. The other one will be waiting on the main road. That isn't really well managed. So I'm asking really about your management processes for that. As I understand it, 9 times out of 10 it's left up for the manager of the store to deal with that situation. Very rarely, in my experience, are they qualified or able to deal with it, and it can cause problems to local residents. And I'm just wondering what your processes would be, or if you could give us some security of that, and maybe it's an informative for the application rather than anything more serious than that, that you would undertake to do that, just to give assurance both to the parish council, the councillors and the residents.
We do have a software package which the drivers use and the depots use, which will inform the store when the deliveries are coming, and in the event that 2 deliveries will come at the same time, one would be told not to come at that time if there was another one in situ. Sometimes, you know, if there is a clash, you know, the other one would be told to go away, frankly, and come back, you know, at in 40 minutes or something when the other delivery had finished. Now, it would be up for that delivery driver to do another part of his round or park somewhere safe out of the way, you know, until that delivery has happened. So I wouldn't envisage that there would be rows and rows of vehicles parked up, because we're not talking about, you know, talking about 2 co-op deliveries, a bread delivery, you know, a truck, a sort of transit type vehicle in terms of newspapers per day. That's the sort of scale of sort of deliveries we're talking about per day. But the Paragon software is there to manage deliveries to the store and to give them advance warning of when they're coming, and to deal with them on the site, on the ground.
Councillor Bound? No? Councillor Jordan?
Thank you, Chair. On that issue of delivery, I'm just noticing you've explained to us that parking site 9 is the accessible site, and looking at basically your lorries, you can see clearly drawn. Obviously, during deliveries, you're not going to be able to get into the accessible parking spot, and I guess looking at it, it's going to be difficult for people to actually access some of the other parking spots. And again, we do have that. You get overspill into the roads and everything else. And I just would like your views on that, particularly, you know, availability of accessibility during delivery periods.
I think the transport assessment sets out that based on sort of peak hour requirements of parking, there would need to be 5 spaces available, and based on the sort of dwell time of the service vehicles and when they would come outside the peak hours, there should be 5 spaces available during those times.
Yes, and the accessible parking?
Well, Yeah, I mean, based on this, on the swept path analysis and where the vehicle would park during deliveries for that time, it does appear that space wouldn't be available if it was.
Could that be turned through 90 degrees?
Potentially, yeah. There is potential for the space to be turned. I'm not the architect, I'm afraid, so I can't say whether that is absolutely possible. Yeah, it's something we would have to look at. I take your point. I don't know the answer to that, I'm afraid.
Questions to the applicant? No. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Councillor Mr. Taylor. Good evening, Councillor. And you have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. This application has been a long time coming. In looking at this proposal, which has been redrawn and adjusted over quite a long period of time, it has been important to find the right balance between gaining a general store, which is wanted by a majority of people in the village and is supported in principle by the neighbourhood plan, and ensuring that the final scheme causes the minimum amount of inconvenience to surrounding property owners. And this latter consideration has been an important one for councillors, both borough and parish. And we have had concern for both the residents immediately at the rear, that's Mr. Glasscock, who you've already heard from, and his next door neighbour, and those on either side. In finding the optimum scheme, I have to say that in my many years of experience in planning applications, I've never known any applicant or landowner so committed to pleasing as far as possible the people who will be most affected. The landowner in particular has bent over backwards to overcome objections. However, obviously objections do remain, but I think that we have here the best possible solution. Just to give some brief idea of adjustments that have been made in addressing the difficulties of the immediate neighbours and the concerns of planning officers, as you've heard, the orientation of the building and its design has been changed to better fit the street scene, to ensure there's not a building close to number 32A next door, and to accommodate deliveries and parking at the front and not at the rear of the building to reduce noise for houses in the vale at the rear. Many concessions have been made to the owners of the buildings on either side to ensure minimum loss of amenity, including the construction of a soundproof wall, the donation of land, the donation of 2 parking spaces, the construction of a wall, and more. Just mentioning deliveries, obviously, which you've been concerned about, I should point out that if there are 2 or more vehicles, or if there's any immediate difficulty in access, there's a public car park almost immediately opposite, which during the daytime, when there's no school in or out, it's usually pretty empty. So that would be an immediate solution if there was any problem with deliveries. Just a word about parking. Oakley Lane in this area has been very tricky to negotiate at school in and out times. The establishment of a no on-road parking area will greatly increase safety for both school children and for drivers. And of course the new store will open up some welcome off-road parking at this key location. Finally, the size of the oak tree was one of the considerations actually in turning down residential properties at this site, as the size of the rear gardens would not be sufficient to accommodate a tree of that size without loss of amenity. So the design of this store seems an ideal solution for the preservation of the tree and for optimal use of the land. I'd ask the committee to approve in line with the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, and very useful local knowledge came out of that. Questions for the ward councillor, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Can you tell us how much Oakley's grown in, say, the last 10 years, how much you're expecting it to grow in the next 10 years, and what improvements there have been to the infrastructure generally in Oakley?
Well, that's a big question. I can tell you how it's grown up to this point, because back in the 1950s there were 500 residents, and now there are over 5,000 residents, so it's unprecedented growth in the whole of Basingstoke. That was obviously with the London overspill. Lately, less growth, obviously. In fact, it shrank back a little bit at one stage. But we've got a sizable development coming at Beech Tree Close, which is about approximately 80 houses. And in addition to that, there'll probably be a further 150 or so coming forward from the local plan. And we have sites allocated in the neighbourhood plan for that. So it will be growing.
And the increase in infrastructure and facilities for the residents over the same period?
If you're talking about retail infrastructure, there's been actually a decrease over the period. When I first moved to Oakley, there was another quite sizable popular convenience store near the pond, a smaller one just up the road, and there was another smaller one in Newfound, which is the north end of Oakley, and a paper shop near the park. So we have had a reduction.
Councillor Potter.
I think it's broadly on the same theme as Councillor Robinson. Obviously, it's not part of this committee's concern to test the commercial viability of applications like this, really. But in regard to the concern that Mr. Glasscock expressed about this doing damage to the one-stop shop, it would seem from what you've just said that there's plenty of capacity here, really, for limited local competition, isn't there, between the two? And you wouldn't have the same concerns, I guess, as Mr. Glasscock, would you, about that?
No, I don't at all, actually. I mean, Oakley is a similar size in population to Overton, and you can see how many stores they managed to pack in there that seem to be thriving. No, I mean, obviously we had more stores in the past, and there are some in the village who would say that One Stop could benefit from a bit of competition.
Any more questions for the ward councillor? Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Appreciate that. Members. Questions to officers, Councillor Harvey. No? No questions? No questions. Councillor Potter, though.
I mean, it's really just to get an officer view, if I can, really, in regard to the design. I mean, the point that I think Councillor George made is a good one, I think, in regard to the accessible parking space. It really would be, wouldn't it, a contradiction in terms to find that wasn't accessible when the delivery lorry was there for half an hour. That really would seem to be somewhat perverse, really. The applicant was suggesting that it might be able to be turned at 90 degrees so it could accommodate the requirement that we would have for such a space. Looking at the design and looking at the comments that have been made, obviously, by highways experts thus far, I mean, would that be possible? I'd like to think it would, really, because that would make, you know, this scheme entirely satisfactory from my perspective, really, whereas I'd have some concern if it really did have an inaccessible parking bay included in the design.
I think if looking at the layout plan that you've got and given the tracking of the HGV movements, unfortunately, yeah, where space 9 is accessible space, it would be blocked during delivery times, and if it was reorientated, it would then block the parking for number 32, which is those two spaces to the sort of southwest and nearest the sort of the access point. So to realign that, it would then be still in the tracking of the HGV and will stick out. So it is not possible to accommodate it elsewhere.
Wasn't really the answer I was expecting, if I'm frank. I mean, looking at the scale plan I've got in front of me, it seems to me parking space number 9 could be turned at right angles, and providing it's away from where the parking spaces for number 32 are shown, I mean, I can't see that blocks it at all, really. I must be looking at a different plan, I think, but on the same sort of scale that's suggested here, taken up so that it's parallel to where the delivery lorry is shown in schematic terms, I mean, I can't see that blocks that space for 32 at all.
Chair, I mean, just from my own observation of the plan, I think, unfortunately, and I understand the issue that the committee are trying to resolve to make it, the scheme that much better. But I think Nicola's right in that by the time you allow for the space to have turned orientation, it would overhang the number 32 parking space. It would also overhang, I suppose, the vehicle track of the HGV coming in terms of the track that's there as well. So I think there's two issues. Plus, it would then require the user of that space to then be reversing back out towards the access as potentially people come in. So I think there's a number of issues there that would make it not possible to do. And I appreciate that means that there is the dwell time of the vehicle would have an impact on the accessibility of that space during those times. Obviously, it would be accessible all other times. I don't see at first glance, I suppose, any other alternative. I'm afraid the only thing I could suggest would be some form of informative to sort of effectively say that to try and minimise the impact of the dwell time of those vehicles as much as possible. But I don't think there's any other physical solution here.
Councillor Potter, there might be, I've just asked Mike, an informative could well be placed on this, expressing our concern about that particular issue and the dwell time of the HGVs, and that the occupier of the site, the co-op, is, and the language will be made appropriately, urged to manage the minimum time of the either blocking of that accessible site or the dwell time of the HGV. I think it'd be very difficult. An informative, we couldn't condition it. I didn't think so. But the informative sends the message from the LPA to the applicant.
Just, if I may, Chair, I mean, just being realistic, well, yeah, I think that's the word, realistic. I mean, to suggest that the dwell time of the lorry can be kept to a minimum, it's still going to be substantial time, isn't it? And I guess, and by definition, that means that this accessible space is going to be anything other than accessible over that period, be it half an hour, 40 minutes, I don't know what, really. I would have thought, genuinely, with just a little bit of careful consideration there when you look at it, because and it's only my own sketch with my own biro here, but it takes it up to the sort of front corner of that curved wall shown in front of one of the spaces of number 32. I don't think it's beyond the wit of woman or man to redesign that and make that work, really. I really don't. And in terms of the access the person parking there would need, providing that it's totally towards the number 32 parking spaces, I don't see any contradiction there. It takes the person away from where the lorry is parked, but nevertheless also convenient to the entrance to the store, really. I would have thought that could work, I really do, but anyway, I'll leave it in more capable hands than mine to do it, really. I don't think it's unamendable, I really don't.
Could I propose that on this particular issue, let's get back to the substantive in a second, but an informative on two aspects of this. One, for the applicant to investigate the realignment of parking bay number 9, the accessible parking bay, to see if it could be managed at a different angle. Maybe not even a turn out at through 90 degrees. It could be at another angle. If that then provides clearance for number 32's parking and for the turn sweep for the HGVs. But I think that takes an architect properly with the right equipment, because it's all in a CAD system anyway, that they could investigate that. That's about as far as we could go in the informative. And then what I mentioned before, Mike is suggesting we include that in sort of A and B part of two parts of an informative, to effectively manage any kind of restriction onto that parking bay, number 9. Would that be acceptable, committee? That's about as far as we could go. You can't condition these things, but at least we're sending that message out. Two aspects: investigate the redesign of it, and then manage as far as possible the reduced access, any kind of reduced access to that accessible parking space. Yeah, but please, and I'd like Councillor Leeks to contribute.
You want to come back to the main, substantive discussion, Chair. I realise that. I mean, my only point, I don't want to overdo this really, but I don't feel comfortable with a scheme that actually discriminates against the accessibility of particular customers, and that's the simple fact, isn't it? I can't see any other parking space on the site that would cause the same potential difficulty to somebody parking their vehicle. And if it, in effect, makes it impossible, really, then it really isn't, and it isn't a proper definition of an accessible parking provision, is it, really? And particularly in terms of the equalities legislation, it seems to me we would be less than sensitive, really, to take into account what should be provided properly. I mean, a solution has to be found to that, in my view, to make this an acceptable scheme, really. I mean, we wouldn't do it anywhere else, would we, really, to allow such a discriminatory design to apply?
I'd like to call Councillor Leeks to offer an expert view.
Well, a couple of things I'll say is I'm surprised the Co-op would allow this, because I studied the cooperative movement at college, and the ethical reasons behind a co-op is was quite advanced in years ago. And yes, when will people realise that disabled people shop at any time of the day? They shouldn't be governed by a lorry being there or not. You should be able to get in there and go in there and park and do your shopping at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 7 o'clock in the morning, or if it's 10 o'clock at night. We shouldn't be governed with, well, you can't park there because there's a flipping lorry. So yes, I agree. And Chairman, there is another way you can do this, and that is turn it down on the grounds that its parking isn't adequate until it is sorted.
Thank you, Chair. I think I do understand the as I say, the issue. I think the alternative to informative or straight to a refusal would be if all other matters on the substantive points were acceptable to the committee and the committee's will was to approve the application, would be to approve it subject to an amended plan being received to show an accessible parking space not impacted by the dwell time of the delivery vehicle. If that was achieved, then that would be delegated to officers to approve subject to all the other conditions that are listed in the report. If it was not achieved, then it would come back to the committee.
Would the committee accept that? We're not finished with this yet, but would the committee accept that in relation to the parking? Councillor Leeks.
Yes, no problem in delegating it to officers, but I would like to see a copy of it. In case there's another reason why it should be objected, refused.
Yeah, in that case, to do that, we'd have to make this a deferral. There's ways that this has to be done. If it's on this particular point, Councillor Goodison.
Very briefly, thank you, Chairman. I'm just curious. I mean, would it be possible to move the allocated parking next to the two car parks for number 32, and then move the entrance into the stall further to the right? Is that a possibility? I don't know.
I think there's too many qualifiers that are coming into the equation here, and we're not going to satisfy those around this in this committee tonight. Can I leave that on the table, so to speak, at the moment, and subject to the issue of the parking? I'm not sure that we can actually. No, we're going to have to defer this, I'm sure. And what I want the officers to do is to be very clear what we're expecting from the applicant to get it back to committee. So if you give us a minute or two just to straighten that out, and we'll come back for a proposal, because this hinges on the whole principle of the development. Councillor Potter.
Could I just make another point really in regard to this? Because I think I mean, I'm not only homing in respect of this particular allocated accessible space as it is. There may be another one of those other, 8 spaces. I mean, Councillor Leeks would say if I'm wrong on this really, where providing it is an accessible parking space and within, quote, a reasonable distance of the entrance to the store, and is not going to inhibit anybody using it at the time a lorry is parking. There are a number of variations. I mean, I'm sure that he would correct me if I'm wrong, not all accessible parking spaces are literally outside the entrance door of the place that the person is going to be using. That's not always possible, providing it is a reasonable distance and is convenient to the person using it, and it's not inhibited in any other way. We don't necessarily have to confine, those who are going to redesign this don't necessarily have to be inhibited only by space number 9. It seems to me there are a number of variations that could be looked at. It isn't beyond, I mean, I said it a while ago, it's not beyond the wit of woman or man to redesign this, I think, and give the proper provision really to all types of customers using this particular facility.
That's exactly what Mike and I have just been discussing, that the deferment would in fact be for the resubmission of a redesigned parking area to allow an appropriate accessible spot to be identified within that parking space, unencumbered or uninhibited, with whatever word you want to use, by the dwell time of delivery vehicles. So, yes, Councillor Leeks.
The most important part is that an accessible person in a wheelchair can get in and out of their car with plenty of space. That's one of the most important things. You can't, if you're in a wheelchair, you cannot go into a normal parking bay because you cannot have the room to the side of you, but if the disabled person is in the driver's seat or if they're in the passenger seat, you need to be able to get them out.
And I just asked the side question there was, is there a standard for it? I'm not sure. There probably is. Okay, I'm trying to wrap this up because I think the need for a co-op type of store has long been established in Oakley. I think we can, I can assume that the committee will buy into that. We're more concerned about the details of this parking arrangement. There's two options. I think we've narrowed in that we need a redesigned parking area, identifying this appropriate accessible parking space. Does the committee want that to come back to the committee, or can it be delegated to officers? Bearing in mind that we have now identified and various suggestions have been put forward, it's up to the applicant to come up with a solution, but allow the officers, with all that we've discussed tonight, to be able to say yes or no. If it's delegated back to officers, I feel that's a message that I'm sending back to the applicant that that could be turned round in a relatively short period of time. Coming back to a committee depends on our workloads, bearing in mind the next committee's in January, and we're in the new year we're going to have a very busy program. I'll leave it at that. But if that's acceptable, that's what I would propose right now. The substantive principle of the development. I'm going to have to take a vote on this, but I'll propose the substantive development is for approval, but the final decision will be deferred on the parking element only and be decided by officers. And there's a construct. We have these in the front of these applications. All those in favour of that way forward for this particular application? A seconder? Anybody? Councillor Sherlock? All those in favour of that approach? That is approved. Thank you very much, committee. Officers?
That the application be approved subject to us seeking an amended plan to secure an alternative accessible space and timing of the deliveries.
Can we...
Chair, just to clarify, so that last application, item 3, was approved subject to us seeking an amended plan to seek an alternative design and/or location of the accessible space to avoid conflict with the timing of the delivery vehicle coming into the site. Yeah.
Right, that's been approved, and we now move on to the next application, application number 4. And could I ask Mr. Clark to come forward, please? Mr. Clark, good evening. If you'd just like to sit there, the officer will present the application, then I'll call for you.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is for the erection of a garage within the rear garden of 44 Hatch Lane. The application is recommended for approval for the reasons set out on page 136 of your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. You have 4 minutes. It's the microphone button just at the base of the microphone there. That's it. Press it again, please. Thank you. Off you go.
I referred to the council report and recommendation, and I have observed the following points, which are primarily the matters featured in my letters of objections to this application. Number 1, the siting of the three-port garage, because of the distance from the back of 44 Hatch Lane property, raises an enormous doubt on the genuine intended use of this massive garage, which the householder has declared to be for storage plus vehicles use. This is referred to on page 4 of the report. The space limitation is the second point. The space limitation would prevent access for vehicles to this garage from the front of 44 Hatch Lane. This automatically suggests a future application for access from Apple Way, as was made in the past and subsequently refused, application number, which I think is correct, BDB 76088 refers. I think that is the correct number. Number 3, the plot of land containing the tall laurel hedge, which acts to provide the environmental division and boundary between Hatch Lane properties and those of Apple Way, is owned by Hampshire County Council, itself coming under the terms of, I've got down here, Crown land. I don't think it's the correct expression, but it's a land obviously with its own term, controlled purely by the Hampshire County Council. Itself coming under this term, which does not permit the felling of the hedge that would be necessary or allow vehicle access to be constructed. So neither of those two would be permitted. Number 4 item, the council will note that in complete disregard of the rulings made resulting from the earlier application in 2010, stating there was to be no access into Apple Way or pathways cut through the hedge, as a site inspection will show there are 2 gateways plus the cutting through, giving precisely the rejected access. So despite the refusal, the access through the hedge has taken place. It is not difficult to foresee the use that would be made of this, what I take to be an illegal access or access point, by such as building merchants, for example, supplying materials and equipment to the proposed garage site, etc., when an official document forbids any access.
You had just over half a minute.
Just half a minute. Right you are. That is it, Chair.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
I was afraid I was...
No, that yellow light means you still had a few seconds.
Oh, I see.
I see. If you just press your microphone button, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. You, in fact, have answered a couple of my questions. Any questions from members? Councillor Goodison.
Good evening, Mr. Clark. I am one of the ward councillors for Basing Ward, so let me assure you that we're all very, very mindful of the risk that is involved in putting up this garage, and we all have an expectation on the parish council that it would be followed by a request to have a vehicle access from Appleway up to the garage. So I have to point out, however, that I hope you realise that that is not on this application, and therefore this is sadly not a matter which can be considered at the moment, but you can rest assured we're very mindful of the danger of what might happen. I would point out that to hopefully slightly reassure you, the hedge which you refer to along the back of 44, there is also, of course, a public footpath along there, which would have to be crossed. And I think basically highways would not look. I think one of the reasons the application in 2010 was turned down, because it would have meant crossing a public, a private pedestrian footpath.
Councillor Goodison, could I ask you to put the question, please? It's questions to the...
The question is, hopefully he is aware that this matter is not actually a part of this application which is in front of us at the moment.
Any more questions, please? Committee, Councillor Potter.
Hello, Mr. Clark. Could I just say to the committee and you Chair, I didn't know Mr. Clark was going to be here this evening, but I know Mr. Clark from many years. You know, I say hello to him this evening as a friend going back over a long time. My question really is just to identify, and I know I should know this perhaps, but what number is it that you live at in Apple Way relative? And is that shown on our plan here? I can't identify it really in terms of the numbers that we have, or is it further up the cul-de-sac?
No, it's,
Could you put your microphone on?
Oh.
in easy reach of the Hammerhead by about 4 properties. I have got a...
Mr. Clark, I'm sorry, but these microphones work a funny way. You've muted out everybody else, so you have to put it on and put it off.
Oh, I see.
Could you just put it off for a second? Thank you very much.
That's fine, Mr. Clark. It was just really trying to identify which of the houses I had on my plan, and my eyesight should be better. But it's, as Councillor Goddison says, the one where the line goes through. Is it? Is that right? Okay. So a little way away from the hedge that we're talking about. Okay. Thank you.
Right. Any more questions? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Clark, you referred to a refused planning application in 2010, and you actually gave us the number of that planning application. Could you repeat that for me, please?
BDB 76088. I think that is correct. It's going back a bit, but I did find that number on a previous application form or a letter, probably.
Right. Any more questions, members? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. If you could turn your microphone off. Thank you. And, yep. Councillor Goodison, you're the ward councillor. Do you have anything to add?
Well, no, the only thing I've got to say is we did take the opportunity, as those of you who were on the viewing panel of driving...
Sorry, Mr. Clark, could you resume your seat? Thank you.
Sorry. We did take the opportunity, as everybody on viewing panel knows, of driving along Hatch Lane, and we were all very well aware that it's almost impossible to get a car along the side of the house into this garage. However, sadly, I have to say that as the question of an access into Appleway is not asked for in this application and is therefore not relevant to this application, despite the fact that it seems strange to build a garage which you can't get your car along the side of the house to go into, I can't actually see any legitimate planning reason for objecting to this application. So sadly, I find myself unable to recommend refusal, which is what I would like to have done. Thank you.
Now, questions to officers. Oh, boy, the hands go up. Can I put mine up too? I'll start with Councillor Harvey, followed by Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask the officers, if we have a requested use of a garage, because that is what it is requested for, but it is not accessible as a garage because of the context of the site, and the applicant indicates that there is not their intention to use it as a garage, but it is their intention nonetheless to store vehicles in it. In terms of usage and logic, surely policy determines you cannot apply for a use that you cannot use, and the storage of vehicles in it in the context of that raises other questions of planning use. And if they've been investigated, fine. And if they haven't been investigated, then that would raise my question of the applicant, well, what do you intend to use it for?
Thank you, Chairman. So yeah, the application does refer to it as being a garage, and as you can see from the plans, it's got garage doors, as you would expect from such a building. In terms of its use, it's incidental to the use as the dwelling house. So if that was used for storage, or if it was used for parking of cars, that would be the same use in terms of planning. So the applicant could use it for storage or any way they see fit, as long as it's incidental to the enjoyment of the dwelling house. So it's really up to the applicants how they use the building. So hopefully that answers your question.
Councillor Potter.
Well, I guess it's the same point nearly, Chair. I mean, you know, when is a garage not a garage, really? But in terms of the building itself, I mean, the fact that there appears to be no discernible access for what we would normally expect to be stored in such a thing, i.e. a car, is irrelevant then, really, in regard to our consideration of this matter. I mean, I guess the applicant could store bicycles or a motorbike or motorbikes in it, and that would be a legitimate host building to such vehicles, wouldn't it, really? So we can only guess, and we don't need to know, presumably, what he or she stores in that building, really. So putting that behind us, then, we consider the building on its own merits as a building in that location, end of story. Is that right? Okay, and confirming the final point, really, in terms of, and it's in the report anyway, but just for the public record, I mean, any application in due course which would suggest an access from Apple Way would have to be the subject of a fresh application, a new application with all of the constraints that go with that, having regard to the things that we've heard from Councillor Goodison and Mr Clark earlier this evening. Is that right? Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So yeah, in regards to the first point that Councillor Potter made, then yeah, yes, I agree with his comments there. And in regards to the second point, in regards to, you know, if the applicant does intend to create access, condition 4, as shown on page 141 of your agenda, removes rights for any vehicular access other than that shown on the plan, as you can see on there, without planning permission. So they would have to apply for that access. Planning permission, so they'd have to apply to the local planning authority, and they'd also have to get Hampshire County Council's permission to drop the curb and cross the land as well.
Yes, Councillor Potter.
Can I just ask one question? I think it relates to the same thing. In terms of the so-called proposed front elevation, are we able to determine in fact condition which side it goes? In other words, I mean, you know, it's shown as a front elevation. It's either facing up the garden towards the dwelling, or it's facing towards Apple Way. I mean, can we determine which we approve by this application? Because a front is a front. I mean, it can only be one front. So as far as I'm concerned, I'd want to see the garage doors facing the house.
Yeah, so the plan there shows where the garage doors would be located, and the first paragraph within the assessment, so the impact on the character of the area on page 139, states the doors of the proposed garage would face the rear elevation of the existing property. So yes, we're satisfied that the garage doors do face the rear of the property.
Forgive me, Chair, I did read that, and obviously I saw the note on the plan as well. I mean, I was going just that step further and make it absolutely clear by a condition that that's the way the doors will face. Can we do that?
Yeah, so that plan was submitted by the applicant. So if the members are minded to approve the application, that plan would be secured by condition, which shows where the garage doors are located.
Councillor George.
Thank you, Chair. Look, on a very similar note, but I was going to ask the same question, but it also occurs to me, is there anything to stop the applicant at some time in the future putting a further set of doors on the back of that garage without any planning consent whatsoever. In other words, if there's a brick wall there at the moment, could they not just literally install new doors? And would they require planning consent to do so?
Yeah, yes, they could. They could do that. Again, sorry, they would need planning permission to create the access to get to those doors and Hampshire, but they could put additional openings on the other side.
Councillor Rawlinson.
I think it might.
And so's mine. Councillor Harvey.
If we were in a situation where, and can I confirm with the officers, the condition of the pathway and the hedge at the moment, forgive me, I wasn't on the viewing, so I wasn't able to see it. Could we just confirm what the condition of that hedge and the access is at the minute? And were that to be applied for as a right-of way by somebody who sought to, by whatever means, create an entrance going forward, they could, of course, apply to Hampshire County Council to have access across that land as a right-of-way after a number of years, if they chose to. Couldn't they? And it would be a matter for the landowner to prevent that.
I think that's right, Councillor. I suppose it just comes back to this point of what's before us in the application now. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That is the process that had to be gone through at that time, if that's where they chose to go. I suppose just make the point as well that obviously the reason this application is before you is because of the actual height of the garage. So this is 0.6 metres higher than would otherwise be allowed under permitted development, whereby we would have no control over any of these points in that sense.
Well, that was my other question. Looking at the actual design of the thing in the first, putting all that we've done to one side just for a moment, it is a significant building in the context of the local area, and I'm looking at the scale and size of the garage in comparison to the property itself as compared to other properties along the road. And what concerns me is the scale of what's being proposed. You're right, the officer's right, you've raised it, the fact that it is actually outside of what you would normally perhaps expect. It is a scale building. Therefore, the quality of the design, the actual scale of the design and massing is a concern in the context of the street scene. It's semantic and it is subjective in that context because it's an opinion. But if you do look at the scale of what's proposed, merely on the papers that's in front of us, I look at the house in front of it and I see it's nearly half the size of the property itself. That is a significant building in that street compared to what the other garages are and the other outbuildings are on that street. Appreciate an officer view on that as to whether I'm reasoned in making that point.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So yeah, I think if we can put the site plan on, I think on page 139 the officer sets out in their report that there are existing substantial outbuildings in the rear of the properties along Hatch Lane, and that this building wouldn't appear uncharacteristic in that regard. In terms of the difference in height, I think 0.6 metres above what could be done under permitted development. I wouldn't say it's majorly above what they could do, but it is obviously something to consider. But the officers consider that there wouldn't be a detrimental impact, and it would be in keeping with what's surrounding.
I've got one quick question for officers. I notice in the conditions, I know this isn't a house, but there's we normally have a construction method statement, and bearing in mind there is no access from that Apple Way, are the officers satisfied that any construction material can be brought through alongside the house? Okay, you answered my question. Thank you very much. Any other questions to officers? No, debate, proposal, whatever. Councillor Goodison.
I just wanted to make the point that while I'm delighted to hear Councillor Harvey raise the sort of comments he did raise about the size of the building and everything, I have to say that the hedge between that building and Apple Way is very, very substantial and very high. So I don't think one can really claim that it's going to have an awful influence on the aspect from Apple Way. And as the officers pointed out, many of the houses along there do have sheds and everything at the bottom of their gardens. Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else for debate? Councillor Potter?
Not much of a debate, Chair. I mean, I'm content with the officer's report, and you know, to be honest, it sets out, I think, all of the relevant points that we should consider. All our concerns for the future are just that, really. I think, really, and we'll come back if they need. I see no reason to do other than accept the officer's recommendation for approval, Chair.
Thank you. Seconder? I'll second it. But Councillor Bound? Yeah. Thank you. Well, it's been properly moved and seconded for approval. All those in favour? That's 6. All those against? 1 against. And abstentions. Thank you. That's approved, officers.
Sorry. Yeah, so item number 4 is approved as per the reasons set out on page 136.
Thank you. I'm going to call a 10-minute break. And do I take the committee is content that we carry on after the 10-minute break and finish the agenda?
Are you moving standing orders early then?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm moving standing orders early. All those in favour? Thank you. Right, let us resume. Item number 5. Could I ask the representative from the Silchester Parish to come forward, please? Sorry, we haven't been given your name, but if you could just let us know what that is, I'd be grateful. It's Councillor. Yeah, it's working. Not yet. You hit it again. No, I don't mute it out. Go on. Thank you very much. Just hang on a second. I'll get the officers to introduce the application.
The application is for the demolition of existing buildings and the change of use from residential and equestrian use to use for educational and respite therapy, and the erection of 1.8 metre high fencing, bin store and cycle shelter. Members should note on the update sheet there's a further letter of objection from the Parish Council which comments on the level of traffic movements that use the right of way to the site. But obviously members should note that is obviously outlined in the officer report that the site does have an extant consent for the educational and respite therapeutic services, and that the highway impact is considered to be acceptable, and the recommendation is for approval.
Right, thanks. We've got a lead unplugged, so just stand by on. It's all it's in series. Is Councillor Harvey a technician? Right, cracking on. That should work now. Yes, you're
Thank you,
on.
it does.
You have 4 minutes.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you very much indeed. Chair, perhaps I could start by saying the committee will be aware that we as a Parish Council have written several letters of objection to this application. Maybe I could stress the fact that on the 7 years I've been on the Council, this is the first time the Council has asked for anyone to make a personal representation to the committee. So I hope that that shows our strength, our strength of opposition to this application. The main thrust of our objection, as the officer said earlier, is the additional traffic that we believe that this will generate. And primarily, our concern is that we've at no point seen any evidence that the road leading down to the lodge is actually adopted by highways. Contrary to this, we've had confirmation from the Hampshire Countryside team that it is actually a sustainable travel route known as Footpath 3, giving pedestrian access to Pamber Forest. And we, being locals, are very aware that it is heavily used by dog walkers, pedestrians. And it seems perverse to us to allow additional traffic, particularly users and commercial traffic that will be servicing the site down what is effectively a footpath. One of the consequences of it not being adopted by the highways is the fact that Veolia, the local waste disposal service, won't go down the site. The current or previous owners of the lodge had to drag their wheelie bins up to Rampier's Corner, what's locally known as Rampier's Corner. And obviously our concern again is if it becomes a commercial site, commercial bins being dragged up to the corner where we have what we believe is evidence that it's a very dangerous corner, will present further danger to drivers and pedestrians. Furthermore, there is concerns over the surface. If it's not adopted by highways and the increase in traffic is down there, then we question who's actually going to maintain the surface. Again, it is a very narrow road and we have enough potholes around our area anyway. There's nothing been shown to us to say that anybody is going to maintain that road going forward. The applicants do say in their documentation that they believe there will be no significant increase in traffic. We find this very hard to believe. It is a commercial enterprise. The nature of a commercial enterprise is that it should grow anyway, and it does seem counter to their claim that there is growing pressure for this type of facility in the area. If I could take you up to the top of the road, the footpath that services the lodge. This is known locally as Rampier's Junction. We have maintained 6 years now of speed watch data over that junction or the road running up to it, and we have significant concerns over the safety. We believe it's an accident black spot, and we've submitted data to support that. And if I could state that we believe, well, our data shows that the 85th percentile of traffic at this junction exceeds 36 miles an hour, with speeds being recorded up to 47 miles an hour, and we have actually had a couple of SID speed indicator devices recording speeds up to 80, although that was very unusual.
You have half a minute.
My final points are my concern that this is a change from residential use to commercial use, and that there has been, I was interested to hear the discussion about local need for this, because we've seen nothing that suggests that there is a local need. There is, however, a need for for affordable housing in Silchester. We have a very limited supply of affordable housing, and turning this development into a commercial property will remove what is a very affordable house. It's a Swiss-style, wooden Swiss lodge type effect, will further diminish our stock of affordable housing. One final point I'd like to
make it
question
final, please.
Is, as an educational establishment, we don't understand why they're now withdrawing the application for a classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could turn the microphone off, please. Thank you. Questions to the Parish Council? None? Thank you very much. Mr. Miles, please. This was a Mr. P. Miles. Okay, he's not here. He's down as an objector.
He will have objected, but I don't think there was ever an intention that he was going to attend.
Thank you. Miss Davis, please. Miss Davis, good evening. The microphone button is on the base of the stand there, and you have 4 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Natasha Davis, and I'm the planning consultant representing the applicant for this planning application. Outline planning permission was granted in 2017 at the lodge for an almost identical scheme for the change of use from residential to an educational and equine therapy use. The only difference between this approved scheme and the current scheme is that the applicant no longer wishes to build out the replacement classrooms on site. All other elements of the proposed development remain the same as the approved application. Additional details have been provided under this application in relation to boundary treatment, bin and cycle storage, as well as vehicle tracking. Calcott Services for Children are the current owners of this site and have been supporting young vulnerable people in the area for over 25 years. The activities on site are only proposed to cater for up to 8 young people, although it will on most occasions be much less than this. These children have suffered with trauma for various reasons. This centre in Silchester will act as a therapy assessment and educational centre, which will provide equine therapy activities for the children. The small site in a rural location makes the site particularly appropriate for these therapeutic activities and assessments mentioned, with such a use not being feasible in a built-up area. The respite mentioned in the previously approved application will no longer take place on site, and the centre will solely be used for care assessments, educational activities and the equine therapy. 1 horse will be kept on site for this equine therapy purpose. I would now like to take the opportunity to readdress some of the objections received during the course of the applications. Objectors have raised concerns in terms of highways. It has been demonstrated both within the approved outline application and the current application that the levels of traffic will be lower than the existing use. The Council is satisfied that there will be no harmful impact on highway safety, providing a condition is attached, which limits vehicle movements to and from the site. The applicant remains happy to adhere with this condition. Objectors suggest that the service could expand in the future. However, given the limited number of buildings on site, this very specific nature of the services, and the highways conditions imposed, this could not be realistically achieved under the planning permission sought, nor is it the service provider's intention to do so. The applicant submitted an information note from an ecology consultant. This established that the buildings to be demolished are not suitable for roosting bats. The council's biodiversity officer was of the same view, and therefore no objections were lodged by the council in this respect. In summary, this application proposes a change of use on site to provide a small assessment and educational therapy centre for a very limited number of vulnerable children. The scheme is smaller in scale than the previously approved outline scheme, given the new classroom will no longer be built out. The previous approval established that the scheme would adhere with planning policy. I therefore would like to ask members to support your officer's recommendation of approval for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Davis. If you could turn the microphone off, please. Thank you. It mutes out everybody else's. It's just the way it is. Members, any questions for the agent? Councillor Bound.
Very quickly, hello. What's changed in what you're going to offer with this application from the previous one where you had a classroom? Because that was one of the questions that the parish council weren't too sure about.
Yes, so it's during the course of the application, the applicant realised that it wouldn't be necessary to have an additional building, given that it would be very small scale, and often it would only be 2 or 3 children on site at one point in time, and therefore the existing building would be enough.
Councillor Potter.
Hello, Mr. Davis. Simply about the traffic generation.
Sorry.
Sorry, hello again, Mr. Davis. Just simply about traffic generation, really, with some of the sort of conflicting views that we've heard expressed, really. In terms of our report that we have in front of us, which I'm sure you've obviously contributed to in terms of information, the proposal suggests 5 trips per day. That's obviously to and from the proposed site, I guess, really. I just wanted to check that with you, really, in terms of what that would mean. Is that a question of the, you know, the children being brought in by car, by bus, whatever, and then that's return journeys as well? Is it? I guess the 5 trips per day comes from information you've provided. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So we submitted information to the planning officer over the course of the application. And so the children will arrive accompanied by members of staff to the site in multi-purpose vehicles. So they wouldn't, there'd be a couple of children arriving on site at the same time as the staff, in effect. So during the course of the day, it'd be the vehicle arriving on site and the vehicle leaving site, which would contribute to these 5 vehicle movements. No.
So in terms of that distribution, really, of the traffic, I mean, I don't know if I've missed it in the report, it's my fault. In terms of the operating times, I mean, you're talking about relatively early in the morning, well, morning start, and then people leaving the site in the afternoon, but probably very little in between. Would that be right?
Yes, that's correct. So a vehicle would arrive at approximately 10 a.m. in the morning. The vehicle would normally stay on site and then leave about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At that point, yes, so that would be the movements, yeah.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just give us a very, very brief outline of the sort of activities that will be going on site during the day? Thank you.
So during the day, it'd be, so the Calcutta Services for Children provide, the education provided would be supplementary education that these children wouldn't normally be able to achieve through mainstream education. So a couple of children on site accompanied with members of staff who would provide the education. There'd also be an element of interacting with nature, and that would be part of the therapy as well. Obviously, these children have been through some very traumatic experiences, and so interacting with nature is a big part of what Calcott Services for Children are doing, and why the site is particularly appropriate.
Councillor George.
Thank you, Chair. I'm particularly interested in this equine sort of area. Can I ask, in terms of horses on the site, is there going to be any need for horse box movements and things like that going in on the site? Have we got proper turning circles, or are the animals going to be in the local fields, or can you just explain a little bit about that, please?
So the equine therapy element came about because one of the members of staff at Calcott Services for Children, this was her particular area of expertise. And so the horse will be kept on site at all times, and it will be the staff. Staff will be trained to in effect look after the horse, who will be and engage in the equine therapy activities with the children.
Any other questions? I've got one. It's a change from equestrian residential use for education and respite therapy. I understand that. Will anybody be resident on site, or is it a daily movement for staff to come up to the site to cater for the children?
So, as we set out in the planning statement and information provided to the planning officers, that the assessment element, which will be 28 days throughout the year for a maximum of 2 young people, during this time, the children will be staying on site with 1 adult, which will stay overnight. But the educational element, on a term time basis, the children will be leaving the site in the afternoon.
My question is the staff.
During the assessment periods, an adult will stay overnight. During term time, when these assessment periods don't occur, then the staff will leave with the children at the end of the day.
Fine. Thank you very much. Councillor Bound.
You say during term time, so is the facility empty during sort of holiday periods?
That's when the main assessment periods take place. So most of the educational element takes place during term time, and then they use the holiday periods for this therapy assessment element.
Councillor Sherlock.
Thank you. Can you just tell me how many children we're talking about during a normal week?
So there'll be a maximum of 8 children that will be on site, but it's normally between 2 to 4.
Any more questions, members? Councillor Harvey.
Just from a welfare point of view, if obviously you're going to have horse on site, what are you going to do to look after it when the staff isn't there?
And there'll be members of staff available that will come to the site to be able to look after the horse when necessary.
Any more members? No. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for your presentation. Members, questions to officers? Any doubts? No doubts? Debate? Councillor Harvey.
Well, looking to the extent outlined planning permission and the lack of deviation from it, Chair, I'd move approval.
Seconder. Councillor Bound. It's been moved and seconded for approval. All those in favour? Any against? No, that's approved, officers.
the application is approved subject to the conditions on the order paper.
Item number 6. And could I ask Mr. Danks to come forward, please? Mr. Danks, anybody here by the name of Danks? Nope. Mr. Burley? Good evening, Mr. Burley. If you'd just like to sit yourself down, and the officers will introduce the application.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is for the erection of a 3-bedroom dwelling. The application is recommended for approval for the reasons set out on page 157 of the agenda. If I can just draw members' attention to page 7 of the update sheet, additional information has been received from the applicant regarding parking on site and to the rear, and those notes are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Burley, you have 4 minutes. The microphone switch is on the bottom of the pan.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Tony Burley and I am the applicant. I am here with my wife Lana. I am aware there have been some concerns raised by the neighbours in respect of the parking. My mother-in-law currently lives at number 10 and has done so for over 52 years now. My wife asked her to compile an accurate log of empty parking spaces over a period. This information was presented with the application. Whilst I'm sure we could have had an independent survey carried out, we thought that given my mother-in-law, who is mobility impaired and spends most of her time in the property, she was ideally suited to the task of recording empty spaces. She is an honest person and the survey reflects the situation encountered and is recorded accurately. She has no financial interest in the property and has no reason to adjust the survey results. Number 10 Loyalty Lane has, for the entire duration of my mother-in-law's occupation, enjoyed the parking directly behind the rear of the property. This is indicated as remaining the case on the plan. Some 30 plus years ago, when the brick wall was erected, she created 2 off-road parking spaces in the rear garden. They remain in use. The area alongside and behind the application site is not public highway and is privately owned. From discussions with our solicitor, it is our understanding that only the occupiers and the garages and number 9 and 10 Loyalty Lane have consent to park in this area. Therefore, we have not actually increased the existing parking arrangement, just allocated 2 to each property as required by planning. We feel it has been clearly demonstrated that new dwelling can comply with the parking standards. The proposal does not affect the public parking spaces in the front of the green shed by the residents of Loyalty Lane. 2 recent applications identified the requirement for additional parking for numbers 4 and numbers 5. Given that neither could demonstrate they could construct parking within their curtilages due to their locations, with both requiring 3 parking spaces to meet the standards. Neither being able to demonstrate a single parking space, however, both applications received no objections from neighbours or the parish council and were approved under delegated powers. There are also unallocated parking areas within a short distance of the application site, as well as the close proximity to the site of the public transport and community facilities in the local area. As I understand the current, finally, I therefore ask you to go with the officer's recommendation and approval and support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. On this issue of parking, your mother-in-law lives at number 10 and she's quite clearly got an established right to park on the land behind her property, which belongs to Vivid. Do you have a legal agreement with Vivid that what will effectively be the new dwelling, let's call it 10A, will have the same rights.
Discussion with my solicitor over this matter, and we have informed Vivid of the application as was required, and we have had no response back from Vivid as yet. He understands that as we're using the existing established parking off-road for the new dwelling, as we're subdividing the plot, that will suffice, and it will remain a prescriptive right under UK law for that dwelling.
So, right now, you don't have written confirmation from Vivid that the parking rights same parking rights will be conferred to the new property.
We don't.
Councillor Potter.
Hello, good evening. In regard to, I mean, it's in our notes, obviously, but in regard to what's described as the existing access, I mean, that's the access road that we used, that everybody uses into the garage area, is it? I mean, that, you know, the road between number 10 and 11, that's what you're referring to, yeah?
That area you're referring to is the access area to the rear of number 9 and 10 and to the garage forecourt, as the officer puts it.
I mean, clearly, as I understand it, and I mean, I remember back, I hate to say it, when these houses were built, really, but I mean, that's the common access to the garage area, isn't it? The forecourt area, which is accessible and permissible, obviously, as an access to everybody who has a garage there, and to be frank, anybody else who cares to drive in there at any time, as I understand it. In terms of the other points that you make, really, in terms of your mother-in-law's parking arrangements, is the argument that's being suggested to us one of custom and practice over many years? I mean, it presumably is no more than that, is it? That over a time, that has become her custom and practice to park where she does, and that's never been challenged. Is it broadly that?
Yeah, broadly it is correct. You know, over 52 years she has parked there, drove around the back, parked exactly where she would require to access the house, and that becomes a prescriptive right. Explain
to me, with the knowledge you have, really, what you describe as a prescriptive right?
I am not a solicitor. I have a solicitor that deals with this. And as I understand it, under UK law, once you have used an area for a certain period of time, you have an established right, and that's called a prescriptive right under UK law. It doesn't have to be noted on the deeds, but it is a right under UK law.
Sorry, Chair, I wish to make, I mean, if any other third party, including myself, for example, drove up that access road and parked where your mother-in-law or anybody else associated with it normally parks, are you saying I would not be entitled to do that on this forecourt area?
As my solicitor explained to me on the phone, and I hope I've got his words right, you have to have used the area for a significant amount of time to have a prescriptive right to park there.
Sorry, Chair, I mean, we'll come back to this in debate, really, but in regard to the landowner's position on this, and this is Vivid Housing Association, and their ownership of the garage area, and some of the garages, I don't know what has happened to these garage blocks over the time, which are rented, which are sold off, etc. But my understanding, and certainly I experienced this with Vivid in other places, there's a real reluctance to allow what is called established rights on garage areas that they own for pretty obvious reasons, really, and their own prospects of future development of those areas. So I'm staggered if this has been in law established as, you know, a custom and practice which is given this continuing right to an individual and cannot be challenged in law. I mean, I need a solicitor's advice myself on this.
Members, if I can assist, to a certain extent what Mr Burley is saying is right, that you can get what is classed as a prescriptive right over land, but in order to maintain that right and, if you like, bring it within your own gift, there's something that you have to get establish an agreement or take it to court to get it declared that you have that prescriptive right. It's a bit like, for example, how can I liken it to? If ramblers want to establish a footpath over a farmer's land, they have to use that footpath without being prevented or without any signs being put up that you're trespassing or anything like that for a certain number of years and prove those certain number of years of that use before you can establish that as a prescriptive right. I don't know if that helps at all.
Well, I think it does, and whether the parking arrangements in regard to this application will become a key factor in terms of our determination is for others to say as well. But if it is one of the key criteria, we certainly don't have in our possession, it seems to me, anything that supports what the applicant is saying. And therefore, if it is a key part and it's purely on a nearly a grace and favour basis in regard to Vivid's approach to this, I mean, that, in my view, is insufficient. And I'd certainly want to see something much more established by legal terminology and legal document, quite frankly.
I think you're right in your thoughts that we will be addressing this as we progress through this application. In a moment, the questions are to you. At the moment, you've had your opportunity in 4 minutes, but you can respond to questions, depends how they come up. Councillor Bound.
Yeah, when I'm looking at the plan on 168, Chair, I've only got a heavy line. Is that the curtilage of the... Sorry, is that right? Is that the curtilage of the property? Is what I would like to know. The heavy blue line is what I'm sort of talking about. I mean,
that's not the site, is it?
I'm not very good at shouting at the moment. The blue line indicates it's in the same ownership of the applicant. So the red line is the application site. Yes. The application site includes the garages and notice has been served on Vivid.
Unusual as it is, I think the reason the red line has been drawn that way, so the blue line is just the land adjoining the application site in ownership. I think probably the reason why the red line has been drawn that way is because A, it gives the access from, I guess, the adopted highway, and I think the way the application has been submitted is simply to acknowledge the fact, I suppose, that that parking court is one entity, of which the applicant would require, as he's shown on the application drawings, parking in that area in two particular locations. I suspect that's the way it's been drawn, as opposed to drawing a thin access up and then just simply trying to draw an individual red line around each parking space. That's the limitation, I suppose, of...
Thank you, because I think we all got a bit nonplussed about that one. Councillor Potter, do you want to...
Well, sorry, I mean, just confirming the fact, I mean, where the red line is doesn't indicate ownership, does it, in terms of the planning application? I mean, that's a chosen red line by the applicant, and I can understand the nuances of this, but that's all it is at this juncture, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you.
Questions to the applicant? Nope, thank you very much. Questions to officers? Hang on a minute. Sorry. Do you want to speak as a ward councillor?
Yeah, only as ward councillor. After
No. Ward Councillor, you've got the opportunity now.
Thank you. Right. Thank you, Chair. The Parish Council raised a number of objections, the first one of which is about the parking, and that's the bit that I would like to concentrate on just for a moment. I'm perfectly familiar with Loyalty Lane, and I have to say that all the parking available in Loyalty Lane is available to all the 12 houses that are currently in Loyalty Lane. None of the parking spaces are in any way allocated. They just take to any particular house. They all have the right to park in any of those parking spaces. And I assume that, you know, once this one is built, if it is approved, they would acquire from Vivid the same right to park as all the other ones do. What they don't have the right to do, unless they received some sort or made some sort of agreement with Vivid, is to consider any particular parking place to be theirs. I mean, they on page 169 they show, you know, one parking space within the area of land which would be on which that house is going to be built. The other one which they show, you know, stops the first one from coming out, and anyway is in an unallocated space to which they have no particular right. So, I mean, on page 162 it says, you know, the site is expected to provide 2 vehicle parking spaces within the application site, together with on-site movability. Unless they make some sort of agreement with Vivid, and I think they need to go back and try and sort that out. They do not have the 2 parking spaces, and they certainly don't have any movability within their own site. So somebody's got to go back to Vivid and get some sort of agreement, or they've got to get some sort of agreement that they can have the same parking facilities and rights as anybody else. I mean, the fact that they seem to suggest that the solicitor has written to Vivid, Vivid hasn't replied, rather A1 makes the solicitor's advice completely out of order, and B2 would seem to suggest that Vivid aren't particularly keen to give them any specific rights. But it's difficult to make a decision on whether this should be approved or not until one knows exactly what the position is with parking. Thank you.
Before we go any further, I think we're going to be running around in circles over this one if we continue this discussion on parking, because we've got nothing substantive in front of us, and there's too many questions. I've just spoken to Mike. I'm going to move this for deferment until the right information is supplied to the planning officers, and that it's also agreed. If we're entering any kind of legal agreements that are going to be submitted, then legal here would also have overview of it as well, and that this will come back to the committee once the parking arrangements have been formalised and agreed by officers and Basingstoke Dean Borough Council Legal Department. Do I have a second of that? Councillor Goodison. All those in favour? Okay. Thank you very much, committee, because there is pressure of time, but I don't want to turn this into a talking shop. It's not worth it. But thank you for your inputs, because they're very valuable. Right, moving on to number 7. And Mrs. Hastings Bass, please. Good evening, and if you could just sit quietly, and the officers will introduce the application.
The application is for the erection and relocation of a replacement dwelling and garage with associated parking, turning, landscaping and access arrangements. Also, as part of the proposal, there's a change of use of land for reconfiguration of the domestic curtilage. Obviously, members viewed the site, have seen what's proposed, and the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. And Mrs. Hastings-Bass, you have 4 minutes. The microphone is where you just found it. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me a few words. I want to use the short time to bring to your attention the strength of the opposition to the current plans for this site. You have seen the number and the details of the objections. I won't repeat the excellent analysis provided by them. Firstly, we don't object to a sensible and proportionate improvement to the current property on the current site, as was granted to the previous owner. We do object to the building of a substantially bigger property further up the hill on a changed curtilage. The fundamental reason for our objection is the intrusion on a very special landscape, as recognised by its status as both the conservation area and an AONB. It will be particularly visually damaging to all the people who use Cross Lane, walking, biking and driving in and out of the village. It will also be far more visible than the current home to many of the houses on Cross Lane and on the east side of the upper part of the village. Please act in protection of this very special landscape. Thank you, Chairman and Councillors.
Thank you, and thank you for being brief. Members, any questions to the Speaker? Councillor Bound.
Page 191 of the report, and you mentioned lots of objections from people on Cross Lane in terms of the development, which seems quite a long way away. But any particular houses on Cross Lane that were objecting?
The Manor, the Old Vicarage, the Corner Cottage, I think it's called, and I actually don't know the names of the cottage, but there are 4 of them actually on Cross Lane which are objecting, and many others in the village are also objecting, because it's a very beautiful part of the village and a very prominent part as you drive into the village, and it's completely unspoiled. And Fieldway is situated in open country. It's not sort of attached to the village at all. So it is in a very prominent position.
Any other questions, members? No, thank you very much. Mr. Pettit, please, and Mr. Freeman. Good evening, gentlemen. You have 4 minutes between you. Microphone button on the base of the mic there.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mark Pettit, and I prepared and submitted this planning application. Firstly, I would like to support the officer's recommendation to approve this application. Sat alongside me is Jamie Freeman, who resides at Fieldway with his wife Louisa and their young family. They've lived in Ashmansworth since the start of last year. It's their home, and they want to continue living there for the foreseeable future. This application therefore seeks to remove the existing bungalow and garage and erect a sympathetically designed brick and flint house with a detached garage building. As members will have seen on site, there is no obvious merit in retaining the existing structures. They are not architecturally memorable, and we think this proposal provides an opportunity to introduce a form of development that will make a more positive contribution to both the AONB and the conservation area. As I outlined to members on site, this current proposal follows an application that was submitted at the end of last year, which was withdrawn prior to determination. In that instance, the applicants were proposing a larger replacement dwelling on the rising land to the northwest of the site. This raised concerns from both the council and local residents, as well as the parish council. 12 months on, and following pre-application consultation with the council earlier this year, we have a scheme that both the Conservation Officer and Landscape Officer are now satisfied with, and that has raised no objections from the Parish Council. In short, the applicants have listened to the concerns expressed previously. The size and scale of the proposed dwelling has been noticeably reduced, consistent with other properties in the village. Whilst the location of the dwelling is now on the footprint of the existing garage and as close to the existing dwelling as possible, while still allowing the applicants to live on site during construction. Members will have seen that field waste stands detached from the main built-up area of Ashmansworth, largely surrounded by open fields and woodlands. The only immediate neighbours are those to the southeast at Lidley, who have raised no objection to the proposal. In fact, they consider that the resiting of the proposed dwelling would give them a lot more privacy. There have also been 4 other letters of support. To the northwest of the site are the handful of properties along Cross Lane. Concerns have been expressed by some local residents about the repositioning of the new dwelling closer to these existing properties. However, the loss of a view is not a material planning consideration, and the proposed dwelling will still be way in excess of 100 metres away from any of the other properties along this section of Cross Lane. Notwithstanding this, and mindful of the concerns expressed locally during the first application, the applicants commissioned a landscape consultant to prepare a landscape and visual impact assessment. This forms part of our submission and includes a comprehensive landscape mitigation strategy. This incorporates additional tree and hedgerow planting beyond the site boundaries, which over time will reinforce what is already seen along the existing access drive and the cross lane boundary, and filter views into the site from the existing access point. There are no technical reasons why this application should not succeed, and no issues of amenity arise from what is proposed in this instance. So in summary, the applicants have always been committed to putting something here that makes a positive contribution to the local area and is an improvement on the existing situation. They've taken on board the concerns expressed previously and are putting forward a scheme here that respects the landscape character of the A&B and its location within the Ashmansworth Conservation Area. The use of brick and flint is not uncommon in this part of the borough, and with the benefit of additional soft landscaping in and around the site, there is absolutely no reason why the proposed dwelling will not settle comfortably in this location. The existing dwelling and garage aren't of any great architectural value, and the removal presents an opportunity to put something here that will stand the test of time. When considered in this context, it's clear that the proposed development is acceptable from a planning point of view. It's consistent with the design standards set out in both the local plan and the NPPF. It's therefore respectfully requested that planning permission be granted accordingly, in line with your officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. Appreciate that. Members, questions to the applicant? Councillor Harvey.
Just a quick one related to the applicant. The parish council says that we should pay special attention to adherence with the agreed landscaping provisions. Would you like to publicly put on record that you will adhere to the landscaping provisions, and then there are no, that I can see, statutory consultation objections left on the application?
Yes, definitely. We're very much planning to adhere to those conditions, and in fact we'll probably go further and carry out further planting to mitigate any issues from the village.
Thank you. And Councillor Robinson.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Looking at the plan, looking at the height difference between the extant planning permission at 235 and the plan at 237, that's presumably the build height of the buildings. Can you tell us how much higher what ground level difference is between those two buildings, to give us an idea of how much it will be visually higher than the existing? Because obviously you've got the increase in the build height plus the increase in the land. So I'd like to try and get a figure, sort of in my head, get a cumulative figure of the two.
Yeah, sure. The extant scheme, which involved raising the height of the existing bungalow, would have taken fieldway to about 7.2 metres in height from ground level to ridgeline, What we're proposing is a house which is 8.15 metres. So the difference between the two is 0.95, but obviously the land, the site's not level. And so there's a degree of kind of digging down and raising up. And so actually the ground level of the proposed dwelling will be 0.5 metres higher than the existing bungalow, if that makes sense. So it's 0.95 metres taller, but you've got to stick another 0.5 metres on. So altogether it's 2.5 metres, I believe, something like that.
Any other questions? No, gentlemen, thank you very much. Questions to officers on this one? Nope. Debate? Councillor Potter.
Well, sticking my head above the parapet, I am surprised, I think, really, to hear of the objections from those who live, you know, just beyond Cross Lane, which is, I think, a couple of 100 metres away from the site in question. If I look at the footprints of some of the units there, some of the houses there, I would have thought they are greater in footprint than what is proposed here. I'm particularly impressed, I have to say, by the observations, the work that's been done by the conservation officer, and he or she says the existing dwelling proposed to be demolished is not of historic interest, nor does it make a positive contribution to the character and appearance on the conservation area. With respect to the current owner, I'd certainly agree with that, and I see the proposal for the new building as being an improvement on that. I think it has a lot to commend it, really. I know that it's going to be greater in height, but in terms of the visual impact, looking at the open countryside that we saw and the gradient that obviously we experienced when driving down to it, I genuinely don't think it's going to have the sort of visual impact that's being suggested. And I find a lot to commend it. I find little to criticise about the proposals, and I support the officer's recommendation, and I support the content of the report, particularly in regard to the careful observations which I think have been made by the conservation officer and, of course, our own planning officer. So I support it, Chair, really. I'm happy to recommend it for approval.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Sherlock.
Thank you, Chair. The parish have no objection to it. And as a member of which I am of the AONB Council of Partners, I have no objection to it. And frankly, as a development, it will be better to look at than what exists. And with the landscaping to it, I think we should. I will second. You second it. You proposed it, didn't you? I would like to second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harvey. Oh, okay. Any other contributions? It's been duly proposed and seconded for approval. All those in favour of approval? That is approved. Officers?
The application is approved. And with the conditions as on the agenda.
Right, move on to item number 8. And Ms. North, please. Ms. North and Ms. Price. Not here. Okay. Officers, if you would like to introduce the application.
Thank you, Chairman. This application seeks permission for a first floor rear extension with Juliet balcony. The application is recommended for approval for the reasons set out on page 195 of the agenda. Just before we start, let me just clarify that as you can see on the site plan above, the application is for an infill extension as shown in red. Originally it was applied for a protruding balcony, which was you can just see dashed there. That has subsequently been removed, so the application is just for the infill part, but there'll be a Juliet balcony rather than a window, as you can see on that elevation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions to officers? No questions to officers. Any debate? Councillor Bound.
I'd like to move the recommendation on.
It's been moved by Councillor Bound, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Moved and seconded for approval. All those in favour? It is carried, officers.
The application is approved, subject to the conditions on page 199 of the agenda.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 9. And could I ask Mr. Boshier to come forward, please? And good evening, Mr. Boshier. If you'd just like to sit tight, and we'll introduce the application.
Members did view the site at Wallace Road, and the proposals involve the removal of existing timber fence to the front of the property and replacing it with a low wall and planting, and also proposes a new rendered blockwork wall pedestrian gate to match the dwelling, and the removal of block paving to the existing driveway and replacing it with gravel. The application is for approval.
Mr. Boshier, you have 4 minutes. You found the microphone button.
Thank you very much. I don't really have much to say. The main point of me being here was in case anyone had any questions for me. There have been a number of objections which were based around potential increase in parking, of which there will be only literally one extra parking space that's going to be required. So I don't really have anything else to say. I'm just here to answer any questions.
Thank you for making yourself available. In that case, members, any questions for the applicant? As I said, they don't seem to... Oh, Councillor Robinson will endorse your presence.
Reading through the objections, somebody seems to be implying that the building will be used for commercial purposes. Is that the case, or is it purely residential?
Purely residential.
Mr. Boshier, thank you very much indeed. Appreciate your time. Officers, members, questions to officers. Debate. Councillor Harvey's moved for approval. I'll second it. Come on, I'm going to get my name on the paper. It's there too frequently, probably. But all those in favour? Yep.
Yeah, carried.
Thank you very much. We all know why it came to the committee. You know, it was a matter of form, really. Anyway, good. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 10, and I'd like to call Dr. King and Dr. and Mrs. King. And if you'd just like to sit tight, we'll get the officers to present the application. And from me to the committee, yes, this is from a councillor, who we all know. I'm going to go through the whole process on this one because of the various presentations that are going to be made. In the past, sometimes we go straight to a vote, but in this case, we're going to go through the whole procedure. So off you go, Russell.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application is for erection of a 2-storey side extension, including a rear dormer, and the erection of a shed. The application is recommended for approval for the reasons set out on page 211 of your agenda. If I can draw members' attention to page 8 and 9 of the update sheet. Amended plans have been received. If I could ask the officer to put them on. Yeah. So they're on the visualizer before you now. and the amended plans show the bits that are marked out in red. So on the bottom left plan, you can see that the extension has been shown in the background where previously it was missed off. The floor plans haven't changed at all. It's just that the plans have been amended to accurately portray what's being proposed, and the eaves details on the top one there have been amended. Just to note as well, on page 225 of the agenda, the elevations for some reason have been cut off by the printer. So I just refer you to the plans that are shown on the visualizer for reference, and the property or the extension will have a roof, so that is an error.
Thank you very much. Dr. and Mr. King, you have 4 minutes between you, however you want to split it up, and your microphone is off you go.
Good evening, I'm Roger King, joint custodian of the Old Cottage, Grade 2 listed, reputed to be the oldest dwelling in the parish of East Woody and situated immediately north of the old school house. Last year, the same conservation officer worked tirelessly to protect a pair of listed cottages from a development in North End, only approving the plans when the closest part of the building was reduced to single storey and moved further away to an acceptable distance of 32 metres. One of this pair of cottages was the Old Cottage. This is strong, local, relevant and recent conservation precedents. The Old Cottage is only 1 metre from the dwelling to the north, so the remaining space to the south is critical to the setting of this listed building. Back in 1999, the same applicant, before he was leader of the council, applied to increase the size of the old school house by 70%. B&D planning refused this original development because it was contrary to the policies that protect conservation areas, the bulk and mass being visually detrimental to both the character of the building and the conservation area, including the setting of the old cottage. An appeal to the planning inspectorate only allowed this original extension because it was all at the back, protecting the facade of the pretty Victorian old school building, noting that although the distance from the old cottage was not great, it was not coming any closer, and the number of bedrooms was unchanged. North End is still a conservation area, and the gap is still not great. For some reason, this conservation officer has done a complete U-turn, suggesting it is now acceptable to extend to the side, reduce the gap by almost a third, alter the facade of the early Victorian school building, increase the bulk to well more than double its original size, increase the number of bedrooms to produce a house that could comfortably house 10 people, but which has no sewerage facilities of its own and accessible, usable parking for just 2 cars. Britain's law operates on precedents. Why has the current conservation officer ignored the previous B&D objection? Why go against the judgment of the planning inspectorate for the south of England? Why allow this development come closer when recent precedents by the same officer saw a nearby building moved further away? Why now allow a 2-storey development that would almost definitely affect the setting of a listed building? My understanding is that the pre-application consultation was first done personally by the applicant before an architect was engaged. Proposals by an unconstrained architect could have easily reduced the impact on both the adjacent listed building and the old schoolhouse itself. Alternative solutions are possible. I do understand that once an early opinion has been given to someone in authority, it is very difficult to retract it without having egg on your face, but the Conservation Officer's justifications for recommending approval do not address in any way why they have formed a different opinion to the previous decisions of B&D Planning and the Planning Inspectorate. And some justifications do not stand up to scrutiny.
You have just under a minute.
For example, 3 local dwellings are mentioned to justify extension close to the plot boundary. Of these, 2 are semi-detached, so of course they meet the boundary. And all 3 were built over a century ago, well before the creation of the conservation area and planning control. We feel very uncomfortable with the way this process is going. The recommendation to approve comes from a council over which the applicant has governance responsibility. So to conclude, our request is that you consider and respect all the valid precedents and reject this application outright. If you are unable to do this, please at least ask Historic England for a completely independent assessment of the potential impact on the setting of this 500-year-old listed building and the old schoolhouse itself, which is also a heritage asset. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Members, questions? Councillor Potter.
I mean, just to put it on record, if I may, I mean, the applicant in question has absolutely no influence over this regulatory committee of this council. I can assure you of that, and other more learned members here will do the same, I think, really, so be assured of that. But in regard to the major point that you make, amongst others, in regard to the impact of this proposal in respect of the listed building, and listed building in particular, I guess the old cottage, I genuinely just want to know what is meant by that in terms of your use of words. What impact do you see the proposal for the old schoolhouse in terms of the visual impact that we are looking at in terms of the plans having on the old cottage as a listed building? How do you, what's your subjective view of that? Because it is subjective when it comes to design, isn't it?
It's always subjective, right? So two other guys have had people have had a go at it and expressed an opinion. My opinion is that setting the height at the same height as our house, okay, is not being subservient. One of the requirements is that this extensions like this should be subservient. The other issue is that it's about a third the size of our house and twice the depth. Okay, by putting that next to our house, it also brings the larger bulk of the old schoolhouse closer to our house. If you look at the mock-up we provided in our objection, it actually makes our house look like it is part of a terrace because it's closing the skyline. And so it makes it look like almost an extension of the old school. Because the lane is very narrow. As you're going up the lane, you can't get further away. So you only see a very close visualization.
You'll probably know we had the benefit of a viewing. Obviously, we went to the site and looked at what I think you're referring to. In part of what you said at the beginning, I think you were talking about, I'm sure you used the words a metre away from the old cottage, but you mean from the boundary, do you, of the property in question? Is that right?
No, no, red one. So my point was about the boundary on the north side of our house. So our house is one of a pair of cottages that are considered as a pair, hence the comment about the previous application. They are perpendicular to each other. Yeah. The north side of our house, which you can't see in these pictures, is a metre away from Cottage Farmhouse, which is on the north, there you go, on the north side of us. Right. Okay, so that space to the south is critically important to the setting of our house, which is the oldest house in the parish.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Robinson.
I went that instead, didn't I? Thank you, Chair. Could you tell us what the distance is from the south corner of Old Cottage to your boundary with Old Schoolhouse property? What is that distance?
The exact numbers?
It's 8.6 metres to the boundary from our house, yes.
Any more questions? Nope. Thank you very much.
Can you turn the mic off?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I actually think.
Turn it off.
I think it might be 7.6. 8.6 is the distance to the house.
Off? Thank you.
Mr. McClacken, and I probably got that wrong. How about McCallan? McCallan, yes, sorry about that. Right, you have 4 minutes, Mr. McClellan, and the button's on the bottom.
Good evening, Chairman and Councillors. This application is for a single-storey side extension with limited use of associated roof space. The old schoolhouse is an attractive house in an attractive hamlet in East Woody. The location in a conservation area and adjacent to listed buildings is a sensitive one. Appropriate care has been taken in the design of this modest extension to respect the character of both the host building and its environment. The proposal will preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. It will not be harmful to the setting or significance of listed buildings or the ability to appreciate that significance, and it will not be harmful to the host building itself, which is itself an undesignated heritage asset. There are no unacceptable adverse effects on residential amenity, highways, landscape, trees or biodiversity. The proposal therefore complies with all the relevant adopted planning policies and guidance. The extension is set back from the front and rear of the old schoolhouse and has single-storey eaves, so it will be both subservient to the old schoolhouse and the old cottage. The double-pitch roof follows the pattern of the house and reflects other nearby buildings in the village and ties into the existing roof slopes. It also enables the roof to have a small traditional roof span of just over 4 metres, which is very modest and in keeping with adjacent listed buildings and is shown in the street scene drawing. The extension is single-storey with use made of the attic space that would otherwise be loft space. The first floor, such as it is mostly restricted headroom. Less than half of the rear bedroom is over 1.9 metres, and the front attic store is far too small to be a habitable space. The use of timber cladding on the extension differentiates the extension from the main house and leaves the original frontage of the host building unaffected. Timber as an appropriate material in this location is found on the adjacent barns to the south and on the old cottage to the north. Criticism has been made of the size and scale of the extension. The form and scale of this application were developed as recommended from pre-application discussions with the Conservation Officer to safeguard the character of the conservation area and the listed buildings within it. You will have seen from the site visit that the spacing between Old Cottage and Old Schoolhouse on completion of the extension is still significant at 9 metres and would not be harmful to the setting of either building or to the character and appearance of the conservation area. I would commend the officer's report to the committee as a clear and thorough assessment of the application that demonstrates that it meets all the necessary planning policies and guidance on conservation matters. I would therefore ask the committee to follow the recommendation and approve the application.
Thank you very much. Members, questions to the applicant? Nope. Councillor Bound.
Oh. How many bedrooms has the property got at the moment?
The cottage has 3 bedrooms, one of which is used as a study. Sorry, just let me. Yes, 3 bedrooms, one of which is a study.
Could you put your microphone off, please? Okay.
And the parish council mentioned they raise on point 4 on page 215 waste disposal. Is there anything in the plans to put in a separate septic tank for this so that it's not shared with the next door property?
The provision of waste drainage is a building regulation matter. At the moment, the 2 properties, the old cottage and the old schoolhouse, share a septic tank, which I am told has a capacity of 18 personal equivalents, which is equivalent of 3 houses.
Microphone, please. It's just the way it works. Any other questions to the applicant? No. Thank you very much. Questions to officers? No questions to officers. Right. Debate. Yes, Councillor Potter?
Sorry, Chair, I don't mean to be the only one. I mean, you probably detected, I guess, really, in terms of my commentary, such as they were to the objectors, really. I mean, I tried to consider this, and I hope I have objectively, I take account of the commentary made by people who have a much better idea of design than I do in terms of the conservation officer, and it just seems to me that this is an appropriate design and a very limited, subservient extension of the property for, I hope, for proper purposes in terms of it making the property more usable and livable. And I genuinely cannot understand how objections could be raised to it in regard to the adjacent listed building. It doesn't, from my visual impact when we visited the site, I could not see how this fairly moderate extension was going to impact adversely upon the adjoining property. And I think that's consistent with the views that have been expressed by officers within the report. And just to put it on record, I would say what I'm saying irrespective of who the applicant is. That's the fact of it. And I therefore agree with the officer's recommendation that it should be approved.
Councillor Bound?
Yes, to my mind, after the site visit, it would seem that there is quite a lot of space between the old cottage and the present dwelling, and although it is going to be reduced with the extension, there's still going to be, was it 7.6 metres between the old cottage, I think, the applicant said, and their boundary fence, and then a further metre on the other side. It is set down, it is set back. I can't see any problem with the application.
Councillor Harvey?
I can't see, looking at the application and looking at the objections, any material considerations that we could identify as a committee, in my opinion, that would stand up to scrutiny beyond this body. And that's the point. The view of the Conservation Officer is the view of the Conservation Officer now, against this application. The view of the previous Conservation Officer is valid against the previous application. You're dealing with professional officers' opinions that we then, as the committee, are entitled to interpret and view. The officers have conducted themselves professionally in that regard, and this is the report that we have before us. The parish councils raised objections, and the parish council are quite detailed in what they suggest in their objections, but I can't find, having read them, a serious material consideration that would stand up to scrutiny. Going to the design itself, is there harm to the setting of the listed building? It is a matter of subjective view whether or not the extension is subservient, is a good design to the property. I can't see that it isn't. Does it affect Old Cottage? Yes. Does it affect it to a detrimental effect? No. There is distance. There is clear distance. Does it affect it architecturally in a sense of the setting, the listed setting? Again, no, I can't see that. Whichever way you look at this, the parking element and all of it, no matter how objectors may wish to find a reason to stand up to scrutiny, I cannot, with the application in front of us, suggest that there would be one that an appeal inspector would be bothered with. Now, putting all that aside, the application in front of us is the application in front of us, and I don't see anything wrong with it.
There's a phrase that we use both in conservation and, like Councillor Sherlock, I represent the borough on the AOMB Council of Partners, but the phrase we use is significant harm. When that significant harm becomes obvious in any conservation context, then you can legitimately turn around and say it is considered to be significant harm, and that becomes a material consideration if you want to turn things around and to overturn recommendations. But yes, I have a proposer for approval. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Potter. And Councillor Goodison has now seconded. Unless anybody's got any other comments to make, I will say it's duly proposed and seconded for approval. All those in favour? And that's carried. As for approval, officers,
Yeah. So application number 10 is approved as per the conditions listed in the agenda.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the last planning application of the evening. It's not the last agenda item. This is a mast at the rear of Tanglewood Green. So there's no speakers that I know of. And so, Nicola, if you'd present it, please.
This is a retrospective broadband sort of aluminium lattice mast. Members should note on the update that an additional letter has been received from the parish council, which essentially says that they do not object to the application and that they're in agreement with condition 2, which is on page 233, which requires that the mast to be removed should the equipment no longer be needed on the site. And the application is recommended for approval subject to those conditions on page 233.
One of the reasons it came before the committee is the list of objections. I've got no objectors here. It's in the report. We've all read the report. Are there any questions to officers first? Is there any input to debate? I move from the chair for approval. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sherlock. All those in favour? That's approved. Now, I will make a comment because I think everybody supports this. I do not like retrospective applications. And don't tell me, I know it doesn't take long to put these things up with a big crane, but they knew it was coming, and I really do get annoyed with this. Notwithstanding the fact it's going to be providing a useful service for the community, but there's no excuse for these applications to come in after the fact. For what it's worth, I'm stating that on behalf of the committee. Officers.
Application is approved subject to the conditions on the order paper.
Thank you very much. Move on to agenda item 6, and I hand over to Mike.
Thank you, Chair. This is just in relation to the quarterly appeals report. I was going to draw members' attention to the 2 appeals listed in Appendix A. I think we've probably covered land at Berryport Farm already in the previous discussions on earlier items, but I think it was quite a key decision in terms of, to my knowledge, it was the first appeal decision we had which actually concluded one way or other as to what locally agreed needs should be. We'd had other ones on SS6E, but no inspector had actually gone into the detail that this one had, so that was quite a key decision. Equally, land at Farley Road, that was a development of 40 dwellings, which was recently an appeal hearing, which the council won because the appeal was dismissed. As a general comment, there's 10 appeal decisions listed there, of which only 1 was allowed, which I think is a very good return in terms of appeal performance. And I'd also draw reference to the fact that obviously there's some which have come, lots undelegated, some which have come to committee, some which are subject to committee overturn. So where we've recommended approval, committee have overturned and it's been refused, but nevertheless we've supported the application at appeal and eventually end up with a dismissal. So I think it just proves that the process and system works perfectly well in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your perseverance tonight. Just 10:35. We were taking bets on 10:30 tonight, so we didn't do too badly. But thank you very much, everybody.